when it comes down to it, Cameron was like, "Are you single?" Yes, because while I don't agree with everything that Myron has to say about the alpha masculinity position, he's not wrong by a lot of the stuff that he says. Because if you value yourself and your efforts in the way you build your life as a man, you are not going to fold on your values. You're not going to fold on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior simply to sleep with a chick. You're not going to build 75% of your life to get all of this extra money so that you can start spending 55% of your income on making this girl smile when she's not even willing to take the stress off of your plate, much less follow your instructions so that she can make you happy. The fact is that this isn't even from a misogynistic perspective. This is from a uniformity perspective. If she's getting what she wants out of the relationship, why is he not getting what he wants or what he needs out of the relationship? That is an imbalanced scenario. If only one person is satisfied in the relationship, that is an imbalanced scenario. And I say this on many of occasions. It is only balanced when both parties are satisfied or both parties are reasonably dissatisfied, where you had to give up more than what you wanted, but you got what you was expecting. But both parties have to be reasonably dissatisfied together for that to be a fair and balanced arrangement. You know, if one person is satisfied and one person is dissatisfied, that's a hostile takeover. That's the United States robbing Venezuela. It ain't right, but it happens, right? So knowing this, I had to change my mentality as a man. I had to change from the ideology of chasing sex first and then looking for quality in the woman to finding quality in the woman, because the sex is supposed to be guaranteed. The same way, if a woman finds the qualities in a man, the financial security is guaranteed. So she should be able to pay attention to what else he's got going on besides his money. And that's one of the reasons why I ride the wave of single, because I recognize that a specific type of woman that I used to be attracted to, not saying that I wouldn't entertain that person for a one-off, but when I think about long-term engagement, I find myself paying attention to the type of women that actually need more financial stability than they're worth. And that made me change my observation. So I said, well, hold on, let me start finding some that actually aren't looking for a subsidy. Well, that requires me to go places where they're not looking for a subsidy. Even if that requires me to get a passport and fly to another country and find some that aren't looking for a subsidy. Remember, I told you, Cameron, you might not have been here that day, but I told you guys a story about the chick at the Walmart who went around the shopping cart to prevent me from communicating with her. When I'm loading groceries in the car and putting my dog in a seatbelt, she thought I was coming to talk to her. And I went to the store with my pops. I didn't give a shit about her. But if it would have been the old me, the 20 years ago me, I would have been the guy like, hey, oh, let me talk to you kind of thing. You know, take her shopping cart off her hands, walk with her to her car, put her shopping cart up for her, try to get her number, bribe her with an expensive activity. But she looked at my car, wasn't interested. She might have looked at my outfit and wasn't interested. You know, I got a 23-year-old car. Oh, he's broke, right? But I'd be a millionaire with a 23-year-old car because the fucker still runs. But if she's not willing to get in that car and ride, when she had a 4Runner that was from the 90s and I have a Chrysler as of 2003, my car newer than her car. But if I would have had a G-Wagon, she probably would have came over and helped me load the groceries into the car. You know what I mean? So knowing that, I am avoiding those red flags, which keeps me from wasting my resources on what would be a guaranteed failed relationship, which allows me to pay more attention to building my resources till I find the person that I'm satisfied with. Because when I find the person I'm satisfied with, that's the person I share my resources with. So yeah, I would ride the wave of being single a lot longer, which is a complete opposite of what women would do, because women who would ride the wave of being single are only riding the wave of being single because they are not wanted by the men that they want, and they don't want the men that want them. But a woman's value declines over time. The older she gets, the harder it is for her to find a man to keep her, because at the end of the day, they're the men that are 60% of men looking to be fathers. The older she gets, the less valuable she is. She's not able to reproduce. The majority of men that look for that mutual respect, the reciprocation, the woman that's not going to cause chaos, defiance, and argumentative behavior, if she's not willing to cooperate with his agenda, less men are going to be attracted to her. So she's going to find guys that are going to be willing to have one night stands with her, but she's not going to find guys that's willing to marry her. And that is the difference in the dynamic. I can wait 5 or 10 years and put myself into a position where I can find a woman that I value that values me. A female can't wait until she's 50 years old to find a man that's going to value her the way she values him. It's going to be way different. Michael said, I want to stand by Adria. She's so beautiful and tall and slim. She's an airline steward. Makes your heart go pat, pat. I guess. So I have to cut one hand off. Hate it. I hate it when they argue. Yeah, look, that's what they get two black eyes for. FX Trader says, do successful men stay single because they don't want to be taken to the cleaners? Well, that's the thing. So a lot of men, and we're going to be getting into a lot of this stuff today, but a lot of men that have a reasonable quantity of assets start growing this great fear that they're going to be used for their assets. The problem is, though, is that men project their assets because we've been socially conditioned that we are valuable based on how deep our pockets are. So we can't talk about what we do for a living without talking about how much money we make, what kind of big contracts we have, if we're doing international business, how important our work is, how far our reach is, because women value us based off of what we do, right? We can't just say that we're a good, we have good work skills, we have strong work ethics, but we still are family oriented men that are willing to dedicate ourselves to our women as long as we're not sacrificing our employment. We can't say that. We have to say that we work in an expensive business that pays us a shit ton of money and we can do international travel for work. And we have a +1 opportunity to bring someone along with us so that she can get a free ride with us to another country. That's what women are willing to accept. And that's usually low value women that are willing to accept that, because women of moderate to high value are like, shit, you dedicate yourself to the job, you're not able to be a husband because you're not going to be home all the time. So the more money you get, the more likely you're going to be attracting a kind of woman that is going to try to take you to the cleaners, or is going to allow you to throw your money away. Because not all women are gold diggers. A lot of women just don't say no when you're throwing money at them. That's not her fault that you throw money at her. That's your fault that you're throwing money at her. But there are a lot more men that are staying single because I can afford to buy 3 of you. So why am I allowing you to disrespect me? Why am I devaluing myself and reducing my own expectations in order to satisfy you when you're not worth the glasses on my face? These are $1,000 glasses, by the way. That changes the dynamic in men. So then men start paying attention to the characteristics and quality, because first of all, the more successful you are, the more resources you have access to, the harder it is for you to hide it. So you start finding yourself, if you bought at least 1 new car, if you take that new car out, they're going to see you in it. If all you have are nice clothes, when you walk outside, they're going to see you in nice clothes. If you are living a more expensive lifestyle and they see you coming out of expensive restaurants or going into expensive clothing stores, even if you do it once a year, they're gonna see you do it. So ultimately, somebody's gonna find out that you got resources. You just gotta linger until they come up and start talking to you. And in that dynamic, you start setting terms. They know you got shit. If they want access to it, you're making it clear. I know what you want. You want my resources. I know what I want. Are you going to provide me with what I want in order for you to gain access to my resources? Yeah, that's a transactional mentality. However, successful men that have the extra resources to leverage are going to make it clear you're not going to have access to these resources long if you don't follow my instructions, if you don't pay attention to my agenda. And if they stand on their non-negotiable expectations for behavior, the first time she screws up, the first time she's out the door. And if you're further standing on your non-negotiable expectations for behavior, you're not even going to give her a second chance. She fucked up the first time, and it's like, nope, you're gone. I don't need this. You're not going to make it up to me. You're not going to, I'm sorry. And then I'll let you come back and give you the opportunity to clean me out before you fuck me over. Nah, that's okay. You fucked up the first time. Go ahead and go. Steven said, now that I'm changing the places I go, I'm meeting better quality women. Staying single for me is a move to focus on myself. But if I find what I'm looking for and it is mutual, then that will change. Now, that's the reason why men are staying single more often than just the fear of being robbed or the non-negotiable expectations, is because for the most part, the lower valued women that you used to be after, because men are attracted to women because of their physical appearance, but the men keep the women based on their personality, their characteristics, their ability to cooperate, their ability to build with. And those aren't the characteristics that we start looking for when we see the hot chick across the room. We're thinking, oh, I want to smash. And then we go across the room and we start talking to the girl to try to work up a method to smash, whether it's dinner and a movie, whether it's an expensive trip, whether it's a night on the town, whatever it is, smash after. I got to smash. Yeah, it was $600, but I got to smash, right? But when you change your mind, like, that's not wife behavior, that's not wife material, I don't want that kind of person with me on a regular basis, you end up in a position saying, well, if I got to bribe her to go, I don't really want to talk to her. Now you're in a position where if you asked one time for her number and she gave you a bullshit ass excuse, you're not even trying to go for the next one. If you walked up and she was just nasty about it and just shut you down and tried to reject you, whatever the case may be, on your approach, you'll walk by like she ain't even there, because it don't matter anymore. Because why am I going to beg you to stay? I don't even know if I like you yet. I just know I want to sleep with you. I don't even know if I like you yet. And I'm trying to put on a show to convince you to like me. That's the wrong approach. And like Steven said, once we start realizing this, that's when men start saying, you know what? I'll wait. Because quality over quantity requires you to get less that is of more value than to get more of what's less value. So FX Trader says, should successful men pretend that they are just average on dates? That's a good question. I think you should be yourself, but I also think that you should lead with your personality and your characteristics first. I don't believe that you should lead in interactions with other people with your resources. So you don't necessarily have to pretend like you're average, because notice, I've been on the show since 2023 in a suit every day of the week of some kind, dress casual, sometimes with a tie, sometimes with a blazer, sometimes with a vest, button down shirt every day of the week, right? Now, I could put on a t-shirt. I could come here with a hoodie on one day. I could, but I don't. I specifically maintain a business mentality, not because of this podcast, because that's my wardrobe. That's all I have. I don't have throwback jerseys. I don't have football jerseys. I don't have a bunch of t-shirts with print on them. It is a closet full of button-down shirts, a closet full of dress pants, a closet full of blazers, a closet full of three-piece suits, a closet full of ties, a closet full of dress shoes. I think I only got like 2 pairs of sneakers, one for the snow and one for to walk the dog, and everything else is dress shoes, right? So that means that 99% of the time, on my worst day when I feel like shit and I just half-ass it and show up, I'm still in a suit. So as a result, I'm not dressing average. I'm not just a wife beater and some shorts hanging off my behind with some flip-flops and socks trying to pretend like I'm one of the hood boys That's not what you need to do. But I am not spending a bunch of money buying Louis Vuitton and Gucci and Prada and all of these other name brand designer clothes to look expensive, because that's a waste of money. And we're going to be talking about tomorrow night, matter of fact, how to buy this type of wardrobe on a pretty low budget where you can spend more. You're spending more money on 2 or 3 pairs of Jordans than what you would on an entire wardrobe if you're buying suits, right? So the cost of 3 pairs of shoes, and you might be able to buy you an entire 30-day wardrobe of dress clothes that are not limited to season, that are not limited to era. That's last year's outfit, not if it's a suit. You know what I mean? So, and then the difference between the blazers when it's cold, the vest when it's not so cold, no vest when it starts to get hot. And if you have plain shirts underneath the button down shirt, you can always open up the button down shirt in case it starts getting a little bit hot. You need to get you some air. And I do plain. What color shirt is it? Orange shirt. I got an orange shirt on under this. I do plain shirts up underneath the clothes. So if I got to open up the shirt, I can open up the shirt without being bare chested. And should a man be bare chested in public? No, not even if you've got big biceps. Why? Because, I mean, if she wants to see a bare chested man, she's got to earn it. She didn't earn that. So why am I taking off my shirt and showing off my pecs if I had any? So no, to answer your question, I don't think men should pretend that they're just average. But I do believe that instead of buying expensive cars and driving around expensive cars to pick up chicks, that if your goal is to pick up a chick that day, you should drive an average car to go pick up the chick. You should wear a regular outfit to go pick up the chick. If your daily driver is a 20-year-old beater, go try to pick up a chick in a 20-year-old beater. See if she's willing to fuck with you with that 20-year-old beater. If she's willing to fuck with you with that 20-year-old beater, and then you decide to get out the 20-year-old beater and jump into the Porsche, you know that she's not there for your money. Because she was willing to roll with you when she thought you didn't have shit. But if you get into something expensive and you ride around with something expensive, trying to pick up chicks, you'll pick up the chick because you're riding around in something expensive, not because she values who you are. You could be talking to her like the teacher from Charlie Brown. Want, Porsche. Want. Lambo. That's all she's hearing. You know what I mean? But if you got a 1996 Ford Bronco, she's like, damn, that bitch still running. Let me get out and help you push. That's a keeper. Michael said most people in life work 8 hours per day. No, they don't. 5 days a week. That's not true either. And forget that there's 24 hours in a day. You can use that extra time after work because to become wealthy. Now, actually, Michael, the truth of the matter is the average individual works more than 8 hours a day. They actually work between 10 and 12 hours a day, and sometimes as much as 16 hours a day. More than 61% of Americans have 2 jobs, and you're riding on 2 8-hour shifts. You're working 16 hours. They might be offset where they're working 5 days a week on 2 different jobs, where you have 2 days off in a row on one job and 2 different days off in a row on the other job. You got an 8-hour day job and an 8-hour night job. You never have a day off, but you got half days off, 4 days out the week. But you're going to find yourself working 2 jobs in the same day, 3 days out of the week, sometimes 4 days out of the week if you want to have 1 full day off from both jobs. The statistics are incorrect on that. The average individual actually, I didn't even get to travel. You said forgot travel time too. I didn't even get the travel time. And then you got to think about this. The average 8-hour job has a 1-hour lunch break, so it's a 9-hour shift minimum. And if you're talking about the 1-hour commute to work and a 1-hour commute from work, you're looking at 11 hours. If you're driving from one job to the next, and that commute might be 30 minutes. If you're doing 30 minutes to one job, 9 hours on that job, and this is a day job usually, and then 30 minutes to the next job, that's an hour worth of commuting. 9 hours at work with a 1 hour lunch break. That's 10 hours on the first job. And then the second job is usually a night job, which is usually going to give you a graveyard shift that's like 10 hours long, and then 30 minutes back to the house. That is 22 hours. You got like 4 hours of sleep, 2 to 4 hours of sleep. So, but the if you're doing a regular like 6 to 8 hours on one job and 6 to 8 hours on another job, you're 12 to 16 hours out of the day and 2 extra hours of commuting time round trip for all jobs. You're still doing 18 hours a day with 6 hours to sleep. The average American doesn't have 16 hours of downtime in their day. They don't have that. And the average person doesn't work 5 days a week. The average person doesn't work 5 days a week. And because look at the Trump got overtime hours because the average person is working 65 hours. 65 hours is like 25 hours of overtime. How are you dividing that up? 25 hours of overtime. You're talking about 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. That's 60 hours plus 5 extra hours on your day off. So the math don't add up. Statistics are wrong. One company might take control of a person's regular schedule and still have them coming in on their days off. Is it Dooney and Burka bags? Shit, you go be trying to get you. Great selling handbags. They're not gonna get them from me. They're not gonna get them. Here's a secret to wealth. You really want to have. I'm gonna tell y'all, we're gonna break it down today. Because I haven't worked less than 50 hours for over 6 months now. Thank you. Point proven. 2 jobs and side work looks like 75 plus hours a week. I just gave up the second job 2 weeks ago. And this man is going to college full time. So he got 2 jobs, 2.5 jobs, and a full-time college responsibility at the same time. Ain't nobody doing no 40 hours a week, 35 hours a week. The only people who work in them kind of hours is women that got a man that's paying their salary. That's the only people who's doing 35, 40 hours a week. The 60-something% of America got 2 or more jobs. And they're working more than 40 hours a week. And before they changed the overtime hours, you had to work 50 hours to see the overtime pay on your paycheck, because it used to put you in a new tax bracket and they would take more money out of your check. So the first 5 or 6 hours that you made on overtime, you wouldn't even see a difference on your paycheck. It's like, bro, if I'm not doing 15 hours of overtime, I'm doing 40, because fuck, you're just going to cause me to pay more taxes. And I'm not going to get any extra money, and I have less time at home. Because if you don't have the drive, you'll never become wealthy. You're right. I agree with that. If you don't have the drive, you're not going to become wealthy. But even if you have the drive, if you start building extra wealth and then you find a hot chick that's willing to accept your extra money, they will pocket your money because you're giving it away, not because they're tricking you into taking it from you. He said it better be a brain surgeon. Well, he's supposed to be doing the mental health field, being a counselor or a therapist, licensed therapist. So, and he said that he was going for a master's degree as well. So he's getting his bachelor's degree after his associate. So he got 3 more years of his bachelor's, and then 3 to 6 more years for his master's. He's going to be in college for another 10 years, and he's going to be working the whole time. He's going to be working the whole time, 1 to 3 jobs. He's going to be working the whole time. It's going to be exhausting. By the time he's 35 years old, he's going to be fresh out of college, tired as fuck. That's why he's here. He's like, man, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. Because he got out of college. He got out of high school, 17, 18, 19 years old, went in the junior college or the community college, did 2, 3 years, thinking, oh, this is going to be fuck. It's going to be easy. Then when he got into real college and then he started talking to me, he like, shit, Like when do I start? Like I'm gonna spend the first half of my adult life in college. I'm gonna be middle aged, fresh out of college before I put my first foot into the field. Shit. How did the old folks used to do it? Work two jobs, intern at the job that they wanted to get paid for, started getting picked up at minimum wage while going to college. What you got out of college, then you qualified for a raise because you could add your degree to your employer so that they could give you a higher pay because now you're certified. That's how they used to do it back in the day. What's his debt level? A lot. I don't even know him, but it's a lot. I'm gonna tell you it's a lot. I'm gonna tell you based on demographics, it's a lot. He should have undergrad debt from his associate's degree. He should have debt from life choices as an adult, and then he is generating debt from his bachelor's degree. So he's got a lot of debt. If he owns his own car, he doesn't have as much debt as if he was financing one. And if he's renting instead of owning a house, no, he said that he moved in with his dad, so he's saving a little bit of money on room and board, but he still got a lot of debt. He moved in with his daddy to save some money. That was a smart financial move. But at the end of the day, he owed more money than he make. And every college student does that. Every college student owes more money than they make. Afterward, call and invest in some mutual funds. Shit, he said that he was starting up his stash account. I don't know if he used a referral link or not because they haven't notified me yet. But he said he started up his stash account. He should start investing. He should start putting his money in places where his money makes money for him. And he can take whatever money he doesn't spend off of his student loans and put it into a brokerage account that's going to give him more money back than the loan is going to be charging him interest for. And since he's getting deferments until he's out of college, the $0 payment, regardless of what the interest they tack on, a $0 payment, he can defer his student loans and take the extra student loans, put it into a brokerage account that's generating 18%. By the time he get out of college and has to make his first payment could be $300 a month for his student loans. But if he was putting away $20,000 or $30,000 a year of the money that he was getting every quarter, because you get every semester, you get money from your college if you're going full time year round, and he could put away a lot of the money he doesn't need from all of the student loans that he gets, puts that into a brokerage account. Then when he gets out of college, he can take that money off the brokerage account, start paying off his student loans, which is a tax deduction up until they make changes on that. And he could take all of the money off the brokerage, not all of it, but like all the dividends that come out, and put it directly on the student loans and pay the student loans down faster, which will increase his credit score. And that's going, which can stay on his credit score longer than a personal loan. It'll be on there like 20, 30 years, like a mortgage. And that will increase his credit score, keeping that in good standings and paying it down faster. That'll increase his credit score, bring him up to the 800s. So it requires for him to make a lot of changes. And that's one of the reasons why he comes to the show, to learn different ways to make changes. He's in his mid 30s. I would say that he's in his mid 20s because he just got his associate's degree. So if he got fresh out of college, and Steven, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If fresh out of high school, went into college, got your associate's degree, you did 3 years in your associate's degree, probably 22, 23 years old right now, 25 at the latest. Doing his first year in a 4-year institution with 3 years left on his bachelor's degree, I would say he's about 25 right now. Especially if he got out of high school at, I was born in 80. Oh shit, 36. Look, I was wrong for the first time. Michael, you hit the nail on the head, 36. So that's a return college student. That's a return college student. So you got your associate's degree. You went back to school at 27 like I did. You're going to be 40 by the time you get your master's degree. Oh, shit. Oh, that hurts. So being 36, he got way more debt than what I originally thought, because he made a bunch of bad life choices between 18 and 30 and said, fuck this, I'm going back to school. His income was so low, he qualified for that financial aid, so now he got that free ride. But the debt he had before he got in college is going to be compounded with the debt that he was going to get going forward. By the time he get out of college, he gonna have $200,000 worth of debt plus whatever he had before he got started. Only plus side is anything charged off is going to be written off on his written off of his credit score after 7 years. So anything got charged off 7 years ago, you can just get that pulled off. Your credit score does a minor creep. He's 36. Yeah, he's 36. He's 36. You hit it. You said he was in his mid 30s. Good call, Michael. Now, for today's show, for generations, being a single man was often seen as a sign of failure, right? A problem to be solved. And women would treat you that way. Society would treat you that way. A lot of the people that talk to me on the show when they come in and they provide that heckling question, are you single? Like single guy doesn't know how to talk about how to find a better quality relationship. That's not true. You don't have to be in a better quality relationship to tell you how to look for a better quality relationship. You have to stay in a long-term relationship to show people how to keep a relationship and be credible, to tell people how not to fuck things up. You don't have to be in a 30-year marriage to show people how not to fuck things up. You could be recently out of a bad relationship to show the mistakes, and learning from mistakes shows people how not to fuck things up. These are the things you don't do. That's the difference. So, and then you see situations where there's a temporary status on the way to the real prize, where people look at being single is not a good thing. And the real prize that we expect as men is to get married, but women think that they're the prize, and that's a gross misconception. Women don't want to accept men as a prize. That's just devaluation. But the fact is that the majority of individuals that are in a prize position are because they're able to acquire that companionship and maintain it for extended periods of time. But the person who gets the most out of the relationship is the woman financially. The psychological and emotional benefits for a man having a woman, the effort that she puts in to help him when she's not nagging him and making his blood pressure go high. That's not the same as this, because a woman does not have to put any effort into building herself up to be respectful to a man. She can do that from birth. She doesn't have to put any effort into building herself up to be cooperative with a man. But a man has to spend 75% of his life to be financially supportable to the woman. He has to build himself up. So the end goal of a man and the starting lineup of the woman, a man has to put in more effort to get to where a woman will say yes, and a woman doesn't have to put in any effort to get a man to say yes. And Michael says 88% of millionaires do have college degrees. Yeah, but that's so with that statistic, it is a misconception that 88% of millionaires became a millionaire because they got a college degree. Less than 42% of graduates actually use their degree. So even though 88% of millionaires ended up with a degree, some of them got a degree after they became millionaires. Look at Dr. Dre. There was a couple of individuals that he was rich before he got a doctor, right? Look at John Cena, the doctor of thugonomics. I mean, they get a doctorate, they get a PhD in something. They can get that after becoming a millionaire. But 88% of millionaires are not millionaires because they went to college. So that statistic is giving off a false representation of college, but college uses that as a promotional scheme to convince people that in order for you to be financially successful, you must go to college. In order for you to be financially successful, you must network with financially successful people. You're less likely to find financially successful people in a low-income neighborhood, but you're more likely to find financially successful people in a four-year institution. So going to college to network, that's what college is for. Going to college to learn something to make yourself rich, it's not what college is for. And anybody who goes to college just to get that piece of paper, just to say that they went to college, is wasting their time and their money and their effort because they're going to get out of college. They might have 3 or 4 degrees, but their degrees doesn't help them in their life, because if you don't know nobody when you graduate, if you did not connect with anybody in college before you graduated, you have no network, no resources that will get you to the next level. And after you get that degree, you still need 5 years of experience in that particular field before you can start getting paid for that work anyway. So now you're still, after you get the degree, you're still trying to figure out how to get the 5 years of experience, when all jobs that qualify for that experience require you to have 5 years of experience. Well, if I don't have it going in, where do I get it from? Michael says it'll take him 20 plus years to pay it off. He gonna be paying that student loan for 40 years, boy. He 36 right now. He gonna be 65 before that last student loan bill is paid off. And wait, if he get out of college in 10 years, and he gonna be paying for another 30, he gonna be 78 before he pay off the last student loan. He gonna be on disability, still paying on that student loan unless he make himself a millionaire in the next 20. If he can make himself a millionaire in the next 20, he'll have them student loans paid off in the next 15. That's my point. You know, millionaires that don't even have a high school degree. That's because you don't need a degree to become a millionaire. You need to know you need to know what an opportunity looks like and take advantage of that opportunity. You need to have connections to the opportunity. You need to have connections to the resources to invest in the opportunity. That's all you need. So street smarts will make you a millionaire. Book smarts, it's just trivial information. But with all of the critique that we get as men, we're not married, we're single, we're middle aged, and people feel like that's a bad thing, that we're single, not married at middle age, and that and marriage is supposed to be the goal. What if that's no longer the case? What if for a growing number of high achieving men in 2026, being single isn't a bug to fix, but a feature? Oh, not just internship, unpaid internship. That's how he gonna get it. Unpaid internship, which they can call that volunteering. This is just another name for modern day slavery. Is I'll work for you for free so that you can vouch for me on a job that'll pay me. But wasn't the original slavery contract is that you work for me for free so that you can get citizenship? I bring you to this country, you work for me for free for 2 years, and then I let you go. Now in 2026, hey, you volunteer to work for me for free for 2 years, and I'll give you a reference to a job of your choice if you're not working for me. Same dynamic. It's just a different name. It's a lot better though than community service, because I mean, when they put you on probation and they're forcing you to do it to work off your debt to society, it's another form of modern day slavery. The trustee work release program, where they're giving you 14 cents a day to do what most people get paid $25 and $30 an hour to do. Yeah. 2 plates at dinner time will work for food. Trying to tell you, they just reclassify it as other things, and society accepts it. But recognize this though, there's a quiet shift that's happening right now in the dating field, and it is not a loud revolution that you'll see on the news. You got more men protesting for paternity rights than you have men protesting for modern family oriented women. We could give two shits at this point, right? It's still subtle though, and it's a calculated recalibration of life's priorities. More men are looking at modern relationship landscapes and making a rational choice, not an impulsive choice or an emotional one. They're not giving up on the connections. They're opting into a life of purpose, peace, and protected autonomy. So let's be clear. After years of raising the share of unpartnered adults, we have found out that recently we've seen a slight decline for the first time in nearly 2 decades. Many singles are still looking for honest, committed partnerships. Dating trends for 2026 are starting to show overwhelmingly a point towards a desire for more clarity and emotional honesty and intentional connections. So instead of getting with me because I got a nice car, but you say that you like my personality, just tell me the fucking truth. You want to drive one of my whips. And if I'm okay with that, that's what people are looking for these days. A man would prefer for a woman to tell him honestly, I'm just here because you're paying for it, than to put on a show. People are tired of games. But alongside this, a powerful counter narrative is emerging for a specific kind of man: the man who has built something, the man who has a mission, the man who has more to lose than just his heart. And this isn't a bitterness or a resentment. This is going to be about risk management. It's a new strategy for a new world where the rules of the game have fundamentally changed. Today, we're going to break down the strategy and explore the cold, hard calculus that leads a successful man to decide that the most strategic move he can make is to remain single and not even pursue these non-valuable relationships. This isn't about loneliness, because I mean, when you're operating single, sometimes you can find yourself stopping in a moment and then feeling that loneliness. A lot of times you're so busy on the go, always with something to do, you don't even notice it. So this isn't about loneliness. It is about a new definition of winning. Before we can understand the solution, we have to be honest about the problem. Why does the modern dating and relationship landscape feel like such a high stakes gamble for so many ambitious men? And it boils down to a concept that anyone in business will recognize: asystemic risk, or asymmetric risk. That's going to be what it is. Asymmetric risk, one-sided risk, is that I'm willing to pay for it. You 72 years old though, Michael. You ain't got no reason not to pay for it, bro. Like, real. You when you first started coming to the show, you had like the number of days left in your life on a countdown. Like, you just knew that you wasn't gonna make it to 85 years old. You're at 72 right now. So if you sitting on hundreds of thousands of dollars and your standard of living is less than that, you're generating more revenue off of all of your estate sales that you're doing. You sitting over here like, man, I need to spend this before I go. So yeah, you ain't got no reason to pay for it. You have no reason not to pay for it, you know? You don't even need to pay for it, because at 72 years old, all the women is fawning over you because you old. Oh, he's so cute. Look at that little old guy. I can just pinch his cheek. And then you like, $50. Got these cheeseburgers, man. Look, no. It's crazy. It's crazy. When I get that old, when I get to that age where there's more going on for me than I got going on, then I might be wasteful too a little bit. But at the end of the day, right now, I'm like, me and Steven, we on that same rat race right now. We trying to, in the next 20 years, we trying to have more than what we need. In the next 25, 30 years, when we reach retirement age, we want to be at the retirement age making more money than the government is issuing to retirees. You know what I mean? Look, see what I'm saying? 8,300 days. Like, that's not a lot of days, bro. That's not a lot of days. So if you 8,300 days left and you just counting down the days, you should be sitting over here like, well, shit, with the quantity of money I got going on right now, I need to spend $300 a day so that I'm at zero when I go, because I ain't got nobody coming to get it. Trying to spend it fast. Now, when you're at negative 55 days where you'd have outlived yourself, you're going to be like, shit, I should have saved some of it. 85-year-old guy jumps in front of Trump's van. Claiming a Democrat made him do it. Look, asymmetric risk is when the potential downside of a decision far outweighs the potential upside. When you risk $100 for a chance to win $10, that is a stupid play. And men are starting to realize that. In investing, it is a bad bet all the way around. For an increasing number of men, modern long-term relationships are starting to look like the worst kind of asymmetric bet. The potential for loss is immense, financially, emotionally, and legally, and it feels disproportionately high compared to the potential gains. And this is something that the gender battles never truly discuss on both sides of the fence, where the women that are arguing in those dynamics are willing to understand and then admit that while they disagree to the double standard, that the double standard exists. And then the crazy part is that women always throw up the capabilities of childbirth as the end all be all ace of spades. Why she's the most valuable, the one that's supposed to be in the most authority, the one that's supposed to be the most entitled. And then these are the same women that are claiming they should hold the right to give abortion. So I'm just like, wait, if the most valuable thing about you is childbearing, but you refuse to do that, what is your value at that moment? If a fast car is only worth its price because it's fast, take a Hellcat. Hellcat, 214 miles an hour, assuming unlimited fuel, no traffic laws, you can drive top speed whenever you want, and that car is excessively expensive. Now, take that exact same car and put a governor on it and limit it to 30 miles an hour. You're still paying the same price for the car, but you're buying it for its speed, and its shit is not fast. If that's the only end all be all, then what the fuck are you paying for? Now, when we take that logic and we put it into relationships, if she's not even offering the cooperation, she's not offering the obedience or validation, she's not offering anything more than 50-50. And then he has to pay child support. He has to pay alimony. So after she gives her 50%, he's giving it back to her because she's going to maintain custody of the kid by choice, not by force. It's not his idea that she's going to get the kid. She's going to fight him for the kid, take the kid from him, and then bill him for it. It's not 50-50. But all of this boiled down to if she chooses to have the child. If that's the only thing that makes you valuable and you don't want to do it, and then when you do it, you're only going to do it for a cost, the man is still at a financial loss. Yeah, eggs don't fertilize themselves. You right. And them eggs don't feed your ass neither. So that's the only eggs we can't grill up. So at the end of the day, I don't know why she tripping. He said investing is the willingness to take risks. Do the homework work first. Right. But when you're investing in a relationship, you still got to do your homework first. You got to find out if she's a hood rat, if this is for the streets, or if this is a high quality, valuable woman that is worth your time and your money and your resources. One of the things that I used to say on the show, and I still believe this, is women who treat men like walking ATM machines should more treat men like a walking stock option. You don't get shit out of the stock option that you don't invest in. So you should not get shit. You shouldn't get shit out of a man that you don't invest in. If you're getting from a man and you're not doing anything to get it, then you don't deserve it and you shouldn't get it. You should return the sender because you didn't put anything into it. But when you start investing into a relationship, you start investing into the man financially and physically, and you're aiding this man in becoming successful, then you are providing the man with what he needs to make the millions that allows him to share his millions with you. But if you're just there, he's bribing you to be there, he's renting you to be there, he's got you on his payroll to be there, and if you stay there long enough, you get to keep everything he doesn't use. That is a bad investment. The system is rigged against men. Women get all the choices in life. Well, the system is not rigged against men. The men are uh, misled by masculine trends and expectations. We're supposed to be the provider. We're supposed to be the protector. Then we're supposed to pay for all of the dates. And then if we convince her to stay, then we're supposed to pay for her standard of living, pay for the engagement ring, pay for the wedding, and then pay for the wife. And then when we die, we're supposed to give it to her. That is not the demand from the woman. That is societal upbringings. That's what we're taught that we're supposed to do as men. But if as a man, you understand that your financial value is what she's here for. If I am what you're looking for financially, you need to be what I'm looking for everywhere else. When Tesla makes a Cybertruck that you're willing to drive, you still got to show Tesla you can afford to pay for it. Once they built it, you still have to qualify to use it. Once I've built myself, she still has to qualify to use me. Plain and simple. Now, that's the one time that we compare a man to a car. Since women don't like when men compare them to cars, I'm going to compare myself to a car. The same way, once Tesla built, look, take it like this. Rolls Royce, you got to put a down payment down. You got to wait 6 months to 18 months for them to build it. You get it later. And a man's like a Rolls Royce. Somebody got to invest in me, whether I invest in me or you invest in me. You got to invest in me first, the potential to get greatness. And then after it's built, you still got to show me that you can afford or you're worth getting me. So you build me up from the ground up, you got me. If somebody else built me up from the ground up, you still have to show that you can afford to get me. What are you willing to do? When women start thinking I'm entitled because I breathe. Not one woman can walk onto a Rolls Royce dealership and walk off with a Rolls Royce without somebody paying for it for her, if she's not buying it herself. So not one woman should be able to walk up to a man and say, well, after you spent your whole life to be this damn good, that you should just give it all to me because I showed up. That's an idiotic request, because if you flip the script and have a man say the same thing to a woman, you spent your whole life, you 40 years old, you missed out on childhood, childbearing and everything to that effect. You went to college, you got your master's degree, you got your PhD, you're a Fortune 500 woman. Now you're making $150,000 a year. Here I come, Ken, walking up to your Barbie, and now you're going to give me everything that you worked for because I showed up. Every woman would say, fuck that. That's bullshit. So why do women do it to men? Because we're supposed to do that because we're men. That logic makes absolutely no sense. FX Trader says when a no-fault divorce is allowed, it's all over. Marriage equals bad investment. Bro, since 1951, no-fault divorces. And before 1951, the only time a divorce was allowed was when a man abandoned the relationship or he was abusive. Abandon the relationship means he left and never came back, or he was beating the shit out of her. That's it. So abandonment, neglect, and abuse, when the man failed to perform his roles as a man in the relationship, that's when the divorce was valid. But now a woman can divorce a man because he's wearing mismatched socks. When we start talking about what really no fault means, A woman cannot like black, been married to me for 15 years, but because I'm wearing black today, I get divorced tomorrow. And then take half of my shit if we don't have these contracts in order. That's why I was telling y'all last week and the week before about the girlfriend contract. Y'all can actually throw up a contract for the marriage because that's a performance issue there. If we don't get married, you got to give me back the ring or the value of the ring. It is at its original purchase price. You got to you got to reimburse me for the wedding. If we don't get married because of you, then you got to reimburse the wedding. You know what I mean? Because I'm paying for it. You know what I mean? And you can word it in a non-gender specific scenario. If the person paying for the wedding is not the person that cancels the wedding, the person that cancels the wedding must reimburse the person that paid for the wedding in full. All of it. Fuck what you heard. You get these kind of things in writing. It's like I paid you for a service and I didn't get the service. I want my money back. Breach of contract. Certain things are actionable. Because the only thing you can't fight in civil court is sex for money. You can't fight for that. But all of everything else, oh yeah, you can fight for everything else. Everything that is not sexual favors, you can fight for that in court. So if you're doing girlfriend contracts, fiance contract, marriage contract, prenup, stack that shit, have each contract what do you call that, retroactively enforcing the previous contract and adding more stipulations. By the time you get to the marriage contract, by the time you get to the prenup, if she voluntarily removes herself from the situation, the only shit that she's entitled to is what's in these contracts. She's not getting nothing extra. You don't have to hide your assets. She's only entitled to what is in this contract. Would anybody sign a business deal as bad as marriage? I'm gonna say yes. And the reason why I'm gonna say yes is because there are a lot of business deals that flop, startups that flop, where people invest in them and lose all of their money. So I believe that a lot of people would get into a marriage thinking that this is going to be great, and then it becomes a nightmare, becomes a financial nightmare. But a logic and rational person that is analyzing the situation is going to look at the behavior of the other parties involved in the deal, look at the spending habits of the other parties involved in the deal, look at the quantity of investment that is unilaterally one-sided, and decide, fuck this, I'm not even breaking even on my investment over a lifetime. Because think about it. Before we move on, think about it. The only difference between a woman in America and a woman in the Philippines is the woman in the Philippines will dedicate 15 to 20 years of her life making a relationship work with you. You're not getting virgins at 25 years old in the Philippines the same way you're not getting virgins in America. You're finding women with children in the Philippines at 18, 19, 23 that you're same thing you're finding in America. Their body count might be decent as much as it's decent in America. The body counts might not be any different, but the one thing that sets a woman from the Philippines apart from a woman in America, for $750 a month, you got a woman that'll take care of you, your pets, your elderly people in your family, and not give you shit for 15 to 20 years. But a woman in America, $800 a month, that's her hair. Plus, you got to pay for her nails. Plus, you got to pay for her eyelashes. Then you got to pay for her outfits. Then you got to pay for her transportation. Then you got to pay for her phone bill. And you might be her male best friend. You're not even in a relationship with her. That's the difference. So when we start talking about would we get into this, would we get into this deal? Likely, a man would go to a culture where the women are conditioned to dedicate themselves to the relationship and work it out. And since the man has the mentality that he's not going to fuck this up, having a woman that's willing to give him 15 to 20 years to be successful means that he's got 15 to 20 years to make it work. And if it's going to take him 75% of his life to get there, because we rationalize this, even if you own most of the stuff that you've got and you reduce your standard of living down to $1,000 a month in America while your life is on autopilot, You're spending $12,000 to spend 1 year in another country, plus the $3,000 a month, which is $36,000 a year to spend 1 year in another country, which is about $48,000 to total between your standard of living on standby in America and your standard of living in the Philippines, in order for you to find the right woman that will give you what you're looking for, and then fly her back with a 20 grand a year contract to the US government that says as long as she's on US soil, she's going to get no less than 20 grand a year from me. Which is not part of alimony. That's in addition to alimony if y'all get divorced. And if you married her, she can divorce you in America, and she can get that 20 grand from the US government contract and alimony, which means she might get 30 or 40 grand from you, whereas an American woman might get 15 grand from you. We're willing to sign that deal for that chick from the Philippines because we got a better guarantee. We got a better guarantee. Like I said, amendment to prior contracts. Damn right. That would be not an amendment, Michael. That would be an addendum. So we're gonna add that in. So it's an addendum to prior contracts. So the new contract has the addendum of retroactively enforcing the prior contracts, in addition to everything else that's being added into this contract. So the old contract does not get modified. It gets incorporated in. And by the time you get to the prenup, you probably got a 40 or 50 page document. Remember to like and subscribe and hit that notification button when you got time. FX Trader says the best joke is when people fight over the pets in a divorce situation. Are pets the substitute for children? Actually, to be honest with you, bro, yes, pets are a substitute for children, but also at the same time, people fight over the pets because you build an emotional bond with the pet. One of the greatest sacrifices that men make outside of a financial investment in a relationship is the emotional bonds that he builds. And each emotional bond that he builds that he has to break is an emotional devastation to the man. This is one of the reasons why men don't like women with higher body counts, because even though women claim that they can do whatever they want to do, women select the men that they sleep with, and they establish a physical and emotional bond with each man that they sleep with. And each time that they break that bond, that's a level of trauma. And the larger the body count, the larger the trauma. The larger the fear of separation, the larger the fear of abandonment, because they have had ultimately forced themselves to be abandoned by a bunch of dudes because they hooked up with a bunch of dudes and then left. This guy's not going to stay neither. All he wants me for is my body, because you put yourself in a position which is complex PTSD. You've allowed yourself to be traumatized by situations, then you re-traumatize yourself by getting back into the same situation, thinking that you're going to get a different result and replaying the same trauma over and over and over again. That issue stems down to what we're talking about here with the pets and the divorce and kids in the divorce. Men don't date women. Men do not like to often date women with children because they establish bonds with the children. That's not their kids. If the woman divorces the man, that's not his kids. Now he's breaking the bond with the woman and all of her kids. That's a harder devastation on the man, because now he's no longer a father and he's no longer a husband. That's a harder devastation than just breaking up with the chick. But establishing bonds with pets is just like establishing bonds with children. And when you break that, when you're forcing a separation, you're breaking that bond. If it was her dog, it's her dog. But if it was my dog and she wants to take my dog, that's a problem. That dog's been with me since forever. And now you're taking it because you want to hurt me. You're not taking it because you're entitled to it, because you paid for it, because you invested into it. You're taking it because you want to hurt me. That is a problem. But the court will split the difference and have like joint custody of the pets. You make a compelling argument for a virgin marriage. But this is why men look for the virgin marriage. This is why it is unrealistic for us to find a virgin after the age of 14. It's unrealistic to find one. We cannot legally go after one that is under the age of 18, but it's unrealistic to find a virgin after 14. So recognizing that, we're hoping that we can get a woman with the lowest realistic body count. And at this point in time, when you're looking at 18, the lowest body count that you can expect is between 5 and 50, which is too many. If you're doing one per year and saying, realistically, She started dating at like 15 years old, and one per year. She should have like 5 or 6 under her belt at 18. By the time she gets out of college, that number is going to be 25. By the time she's 30, there's 3 kids involved, and that number turned into 150. And we might accept that number if she doesn't tell us, or if she lies about it and turns 150 into 25. Because typically the rule of thumb is whatever a woman says times 3, and whatever a man says divided by 3. So if a man says 30, it's really 3 divided by 3, it's really 10. But if a woman says 30, it's really 90. So when a woman says 1,000, it's really 3,000. Because they underplay their body count, and men overstate their body counts. That's typically what it is. But even though the trauma happens between both sides, men handle trauma differently than women. Women are going to lose value in the emotional connection. Men are going to become more codependent to the emotional connection. So a woman getting with multiple dudes is going to make her emotionally numb to a relationship. And a man having multiple chicks is going to make him emotionally clinging to the relationship. So a woman benefits more from a man that's had more bodies than what a man would benefit from a woman having more bodies. So yeah, I make a very compelling argument for a virgin marriage. Well, women don't think about these things. They just think like, it's not fair. How come y'all can be hoes and we can't be hoes? You can be a hoe. You just can't be a wife after that. You can do whatever you want, but there's certain things that disqualifies you. You can be a criminal. You could be a career criminal, but you can't be a CIA agent after that. You could be a con artist, but you can't, you know what I mean? You can't work in a bank after that. You know, not legally, not with the bank's knowledge of it. You know what I mean? You could be a murderer, but you can't be in the military after that. Even though you kill people in the military for your service, you can't get 3 felonies and then go enlist. It doesn't work that way. When you devalue yourself as a person, you forfeit the qualifications of a higher valued person. And with women, you cannot recoup that quality. With men, you can, because a man's value is based on his resources. I can go bankrupt 1 year, and then I can bounce back financially and have 5 times more resources than what I had before I went bankrupt. I can bounce back on my value as a man. A woman can't bounce back on her value. Once she's become a hoe, she's a hoe. Once she had been ran through by the 49ers, that's it. There's no value left. That's it. It is what it is. But let's start with the financial exposure, because the cost associated with dating, vacations, gifts, and maintaining a certain lifestyle can be substantial. And for a man focused on building wealth or funding his own business, these expenses aren't trivial expenses. They represent a significant diversion of capital that could otherwise be invested in his future. It's no surprise that recent surveys show that a majority of people feel dating is getting too expensive and that finances are a major source of stress. But the monthly expenses are just the beginning. The far greater fear is the catastrophic financial loss that can happen if a man ends up in a marriage and the marriage ends. We've heard the old 50% divorce rate statistic. While the more accurate lifetime risk for a first-time marriage today is estimated to be between around 41 and 42%, it's still significant of a chance of failure. But here's another dynamic. Look at this, though. I looked this up before the show. 1960, 73% of men would get married. 1990, 63% of men was getting married. As of 2 years ago, about 52% of men are getting married. Almost 25% less men are getting married. Back in the day, the majority of men under the age of 29 were married. Now, 1 in 5 men, which is about 20% of men, are married before 30. The majority of men are not. And that statistic runs clean right now in this podcast. Michael, single. Steven, single. I'm single. I'm sure Michael's not married. Steven's never been married. I've never been married. That's 3. FX Trader, single, not married. 4. So all we need is one jackass to jump in a comment and say, I'm married and I'm not. You know what I mean? And that reinforces the statistic. Men are avoiding this catastrophic investment because the likelihood of success over a lifetime is minimalistic. Men often perceive that family court systems are stacked against them, and it's proven true. Even now, you got to remember, back in the day, family court was driven by male judges. Now family court is driven by female judges in a lot of states, even though there's only like 30% of judges that are women. But you also recognize all the social workers are women. They don't really do too much allowing men around kids, even though men do it better than women because they're operating off of logic and reason and women are operating off of feelings. The fact is that there's more female social workers than there are heterosexual male social workers. I'm gonna throw that out there because they got some guys out there that, can get in there because nobody feels intimidated by them. But masculine man, yeah, you can't be around kids. I don't understand it. But then you've got the female attorneys. More attorneys are more and more female. You go into family court, you'll find yourself in a room with the female judge, female transcriber, female bailiff, female case manager, female guardian ad litem, female attorneys. The only you and possibly your attorney might be the only men in the room. The whole life between you and your child is decided by 15 or 20 women in a room. And even though with female judges more favoring the dads than the male judges used to favor the women back in the day, it doesn't change the fact that when you're in a room where you're the only man fighting 4 men, you feel like the cards are stacked against you. And you're going to believe that this is going to lead to potential loss of not just half of your assets, but ongoing payments that can cripple the financial future that you're going to have for decades. So not only are you going to lose half of everything that you've built, you're going to also be giving residuals after the loss. They see friends who have had their life's work dismantled in a matter of months. Look at what happened to Shannon Sharp. Got divorced. The woman ruined his career. I think he was ESPN. He was getting a contract with ESPN. She shut that shit down. Just by what she said. She couldn't just take the divorce money and leave. She had to say defamatory comments about him and then get more money on the back end and ruin his reputation on top of that. She couldn't just leave. And most women don't just leave in a divorce. Usually, emotionally, women are going to respond to a divorce with revenge tactics. As much as I can get and then some. Which is one of the reasons why we have this argument and debate about child support. Child support is supposed to be support for the child. But women fight for the child in family court. Then, after they get awarded custody, then they fight the father to pay for the child and say, well, you helped create him, blah, blah, blah. You should help pay for him. If you can't afford to pay for the child, why was you fighting me for it? Why not give me my fucking child and let me pay for my child my damn self? Why are you stealing my child from me and then billing me for it too? Women don't have an answer for that. Women are not supposed to raise the children. They volunteer for this. Men are not supposed to raise the children. They volunteer for this. A dad wants to be a dad. A mom wants to be a mom. So since you chose this, You understand? You should not be demanding that I want to do something I can't afford to do. You help me pay for something I want to do. That should never be a thing. But that's what happens in courts. Yep, Shannon Sharp should have had that contract. But see, if Shannon Sharp would have had that contract from the gate, she would have knew what she was getting herself into before she got married. She would have knew what she was getting herself into during the marriage. She would have knew what she was entitled to after the marriage. If what she was entitled to was not enough, they would have renegotiated that contract before the marriage. Once they agreed, she knew what she was walking out the door with. When she left, that is all she was going to get. And one failure that a lot of men put into their prenups, oh, infidelity, blah 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 blah. Fuck that shit. Make sure that no bodily harm and no infidelity is cause to terminate the contract. The contract is written in stone. If you want a divorce, you can have one. No fault means that nothing terminates this contract. If you walk away from this contract, you only get so much. And depending on what you're walking away for, you might actually owe me some shit. It is what it is. But if you get it in writing and she signed it and agreed to it, that's what you're arguing. That's the binding contract. If there's no stipulations that voids the contract, none at all, even if you have a stipulation in the contract that says the lack of declared assets is not subject to void the contract, because she is agreeing to accept what is listed in the contract and exclusively only entitled to what is listed in the contract. If you have legal verbiage that expresses that, then whatever's not listed on the contract, she's not entitled to. You can find 15 accounts in Cancun. If you signed a contract that says that you're exclusively entitled to only the items listed on the contract, and you waive, surrender, and void any entitlement to anything not listed on the contract, if it's in the contract and she find out some finances, the contract says you can't have that, and you agree to that. But see, when you have a contract that says this is all of my assets, you're not entitled to any of this stuff, then you have a contract, or then she finds something that's not on the contract. Well, either that voids the contract or that's not included in the contract because you withheld that, which means I can take that because the contract said that you can't have nothing that's listed. Your contract needs to say you can't have anything that's not listed, which gives you a little bit more scrutiny. But you got to talk to a divorce lawyer before you get married to make sure that you got that shit written in stone. But this is the stuff that hurts, because a man might spend 20 years building a business only to see its value split and his financial future dictated by the judge's ruling. Sell all of his business, sell all of his cars, sell all of his house. He might have inherited his house from his grandfather, but because if he didn't do it right, she been living in that house for the last 5 years. She divorced him, take half of his grandfather's house, or take the whole fucking house, leave him with nothing. Whether this perception is universally accurate is almost beside the point. The fear it instills is a powerful deterrent for a lot of men. Then there's the dating marketplace itself, which for many men feels like a paradox of frustration. You've probably heard of the old 80-20 rule from earlier dating apps, where studies have gone through and shown the lack of success. While those numbers are dated and debatable, the underlying feeling of a skewed marketplace persists for many men. Dating apps can feel like a relentless cycle of swiping, ghosting, and superficial judgments. Studies consistently show high levels of user dissatisfaction with dating apps, with many feeling burnt out by the whole process, specifically because the dating apps are not to help you get married. Dating apps are designed to help you communicate with other people. Dating is an interaction ritual. A dating app is an interaction ritual software. It's not there to help you find the right person to spend the rest of your life with and get off the app, because they're not going to make money off of that. It's designed to help you maintain long-term communication through the app for a price with a person that you otherwise would not have had contact with in person. That's what it's designed for. So dating apps are going to cause burnout because you're using it completely opposite of what it was designed for. One of the most valued ones that's been promoted thus far is like Filipino Cupid kind of one, because that particular one has travel agents that are helping you connect directly with real people. Doesn't mean you're not going to get scammed, but it does mean that you're more likely, because they're actually paid to connect you to somebody. You're likely to find a person that's going to long term you. Why? Because they're going to help that person get citizenship in America or whatever country you're going to. So if you're coming from America and you're trying to get on an app that's going to link you with a real person that's locking you into a real date, that's probably going to be the one. But if you're getting on Tag, Babbel, Plenty of Fish, all of these other apps, Tinder, those apps aren't designed to do anything. You don't even have a live representative trying to reach out and talk to you to try to connect you to anybody. You're just whoever talks to you. And a lot of times you got people that have bot accounts whose sole job is to generate transactions on the app. And when I mean transactions, I mean one account connecting to another account often enough to decide to buy the membership or pay for extra services on a profile, driving transactions. But that's not building a relationship. That's not getting off of the app. And this isn't to say success is impossible. In fact, major dating trends for 2026 are a direct reaction to the burnout. Singles are craving authenticity. They're looking for the authenticity. They're looking for clear intentions, clear coding, and emotional availability. Vulnerability is not always accepted by the lower valued women, but all of the women of mid to high value are looking for it. The authenticity, what you really came for, clear intentions, what they call that, loud intentions, where you declare on your first 5 dates what you're looking for out of this relationship. If you're looking for a woman with children, you're going to talk about that in the first handful of dates. I don't want to spend $300 on you without you knowing you're going to be my baby mama by the end of this situation. If that's not what you're looking for, check please. Like, they're clear intentions. You know, a lot of the dudes that are only looking for getting laid, they bring the girl to the restaurant. They're talking to the girl in the restaurant. When the check comes, before he pays the check, am I getting laid tonight? Yes or no? Oh, if I am, I'll cover the whole check. If I'm not, split the check. That is a dumb mentality, but they're doing it. Clear intentions. You ordered all this stuff. Am I smashing or not? Like the one guy who went on a date, the girl brought her friend. Am I sleeping with both of y'all? Because if not, I'm not paying for both of y'all. The clear intentions. They're coming out and telling you what's going on. People are tired of the games. But for many men, the path to finding the authentic connection through the current digital gauntlet feels draining in and of itself. The effort required to stand out and face that rejection at scale leads to profound fatigue. This marketplace paradox, where the desire for connection is high, but the process feels broken, pushes many to simply step away from the game altogether. Because if you've got to ask 500 girls out on a date in order to get one date, that's 2 yeses out of 1,000. Your success rate is 0.02%. That's fucking marketing averages. 0.02 or 0.025%. That's marketing averages. That's legitimate statistical marketing averages. 5% of the people that are shown an ad will react to it. And half of the people that react to it will react positively, which is 2.5. It's 0.025. Because 5% is 0.05. and half of 5% is 0.025. So marketing average. And that's if you're doing good. If you're doing bad, if you're not a 7 or an 8 as a guy, you're doing bad, you're more like a 5. You might be dealing with like 1%, which is like one yes out of 1,000 requests. And this is for the first date. This isn't for long-term commitment. This is for the first date. After the first date, you still have that same statistical average, 0.02% of first dates might lead to a second date. A man might go on 50 to 100 first dates to get a follow-up. And at 2%, in order for you to have 100 dates, it's like 10,000 requests a year in order to get 2 second dates. Now, you offset that dynamic by spending more money. You offset that dynamic by buying more expensive and more lavish. You can get a second date quicker if the first date was expensive and flashy. But if it's a plain old cup of coffee, walk in the park, a free date, less likely. Unless you're coming across women of value, you're less likely to make it to the second date. The financial and logistical risks only scratch the surface of why this new strategy is taking hold. The deeper agitation comes from a fundamental shift in what men are prioritizing. Because for generations, the goal was to secure a partner. Today, for a growing number of high achieving men, the primary goal is to secure peace because we're tired of the bullshit. Why get it? Why it don't matter how fine she is. If you got a headache 6 days a week, happy wife, happy life, my ass. I want peace. A lot of men find themselves happier after the divorce. But your broker could have skipped the marriage and been happy the whole way through. Trader says dating a girl in Iceland sounds easier. Probably a better chance in a local pub there. Iceland, Ireland, which was the other one? Finland. I covered quite a few countries: Indonesia, Vietnam, England. We covered New England, matter of fact. Australia's good to go for the Western culture, not the Western, the modern Eastern cultured women. Dubai, you got multiple wives as long as you can afford them. There's a lot of countries that you can go. It's just the United States is where relationships are the worst. That's really what it is. The United States is where the relationships are the worst. And it's because the dating game has become transactional. Culture since the 90s has been molded the feminist women that top down teach each other, get as much as you can out of the man before you ditch the man. You don't need a man. You can do it all by yourself. Female power, Miss Independent. And then you're looking at those same women wondering why they can't stay in a relationship. If you have a man that you want and he's taking care of you the way you want to be taken care of, why are you leaving him because you don't like something that he said? And this leads to a world of problems. And that's one of the reasons why modern 2025, 2026 relationships, women feel like they must go through the man's phone to make sure that he's not cheating on her, which is having extra options in his collection. The only reason why a woman is searching through your history and searching through your communication logs to make sure that you don't have other options is because she believes that you can find better than her because she's not doing what she should be doing to maintain you exclusively. If she was holding her weight and keeping her man the way he needs to be kept, she would not have the concern that he's going somewhere else. And if she don't have the motivation to keep her man, and she's willing to select the woman of value that will keep her man on her behalf like a stunt devil, then he's got two girls that know about each other, that are not complaining about the situation, that are both being kept by him, and he's got a polygamy relationship like we were talking about earlier in the show. Polygamy is going to be a thing. It's going to be a mainstream thing. When Amber Rose and the Superhead video vixen chick are writing books and becoming role models, this happens. But it's not just Amber Rose, because Beyonce had bills back in the 90s when she was doing Bootylicious. Eve had Who's That Girl. You had all of the female rappers that was out there singing songs about how use your body to get paid. The female rappers nowadays, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, their songs are about women being whores and sleeping with dudes, and then taking all the man's money, having the guys thirsty for more sex, so she will give it to the highest bidder. That's what the rap songs are about. If they're not talking about killing somebody and doing drugs and wasting a bunch of money, it's talking about having a random sex with random people and taking all the money from the men. Then the guys, the male rappers, are even worse, because they are rapping about throwing money in the sky, not paying any of their bills. They're getting money from doing something somewhere, whether it's legitimate or not, but they're not being financially responsible with it. Throw 100 grand on a female chick and fly her across the country, and then smash and then fly her back at his expense. This is what the rap videos, this is what music is teaching people. The culture all the way around is transactionalizing relationships. And the current generation is emulating what they see in society. Sleep with a chick, give her money. If a guy pays too much stuff for you, sleep with the dude. That's what society is teaching, but that's not what they're supposed to be getting. I mean, look at what happened with Kamala Harris and her campaign, when she had all those girls over there with those skimpy outfits, shaking their behinds during the campaign trail. Not even female politicians are bringing anything other than sexualization into even a political argument. You got to ask yourself, where's the value? Where's the value? But if this is what we're learning, if you're going to sleep with them, you might as well get paid for it. And then on the flip side, you're learning, well, if you got to pay for it, you might as well sleep with her. Men are going to have that mentality of, because I bought 3, 5, 7 drinks, I better sleep with you tonight. And women are going to say, well, since you slept with me, you better pay for all my bills. That makes relationships transactional. Now men are going to work so that they can make enough money to sleep with the girl. It's all about the hookup. How much is the hookup worth for her to get paid off of, and how much is he capable of paying for the hookup? Transactional. And Western culture is the only place that exists. When the girls get older, though, they start looking to settle down. Right. After you'd have been ran through. I mean, after there's absolutely no value left, tattoos, stretch marks, bullet holes, C-sections, 5 kids with 5 different baby daddies. Now you want to settle down and find the good dude that you left in the friend zone until he moved on from you. And now you're trying to find a man that will accept you for who you are. There's no value there. A woman that had a wild childhood, not even a childhood, a wild young adult life. She was a girls gone wild girl. From 16 to 35, and then she wants to settle down. That's like taking a sledgehammer and beating the shit out of a car, breaking all the windows, headlights, and everything, and then putting it back on the showroom floor and trying to sell it for a brand new car with no damage. Nobody is going to want that. Nobody's going to want that. You can't claim that it's valuable just because of the logo. Just like females can't claim that they're valuable just because they're females. Their value comes from the purity that They can't remember when that stopped being a thing because it was all about the transaction. And the other issue is that she, again, middle age, she knows what she wants, and she's trying to find a man that's willing to give it to her. That mentality comes from the trauma I talked to you about earlier, transactionalizing everything. So she wants to settle down with a man that meets her expectations, but she has developed a selfish behavior where she's refusing to do what the man wants her to do. He is lucky to get whatever she's willing to do for him because she has learned over her adult life that with enough sex comes enough stuff. So that's all she's bringing to the table is sex. No cooking, no cleaning, no laundry, no organizational skills, sex, and then she might babysit your kids for you. That's it. That's it. That's all you get. The trade-off isn't rational. It isn't rational. Coach bags, product bags, all this expensive shit so that you can have a consistent sex partner and a babysitter. What? And the worst part about it is she's only willing to babysit her kids. So if she has kids for you, she'll watch them. But if you have kids for another female, no, you gotta give her money for her to take care of your kids. For her to take care of her kids, you got to give her money for her to take care of her kids. And then the other chick, you got to give her money to take care of her kids. Oh, but wait, if you get a female with 3 kids and you have 1 kid with her, where you're one of 4 baby daddies, this chick wants you because you're the only one present to pay for the other 3 kids. What kind of bullshit is that? I only have 1 child. So why do I got to feed all the rest of them? It's crazy. But the pursuit of peace that men are looking for now is a direct response to the perceived emotional turmoil of the modern dating field. Many men feel they are expected to be an emotional shock absorber, a therapist, a cheerleader, a punching bag in a lot of situations, all while receiving very, very little support in return. They describe walking on eggshells, trying to navigate partners' fluctuating moods because she's emotional. He can't be emotional. And being constantly subjected to criticism. A lot of women in relationships, the majority of women that are in non happy relationships, will criticize a man more often than they compliment the man. But the emotional damage that happens with constructive criticism in every situation, whether it's in a relationship, whether it's in an educational scenario with a teacher criticizing a student, a boss criticizing an employee, a family member criticizing another family member, each time you point out the flaws and failures of another person, that hurts them because there's no nice way to tell somebody you're fucking up. But most women who can point out the flaws in their man cannot remember the last time they complimented their man in front of their man to their man. But every woman can think about the last 10 things that a man did wrong in the last 5 days. But those same women can't remember the last 15 nice things they've told to that same man over the past 15 years. Wow. So this dynamic is going to be emotionally draining. When a man's home life stops being a sanctuary and becomes a second battlefield, the entire value proposition of a relationship collapses. And here's where things get interesting because science points to a paradox. Some research shows that long term singlehood can be associated with a decline in life satisfaction and increased loneliness over time. However, that exists in tension with the immediate and profound sense of relief that many men report when existing or exiting a high conflict relationship. So let me run that route one more time. Research shows that long-term singlehood can be associated with a decline in life satisfaction and increased loneliness over time. And this exists in tension with the immediate and profound sense of relief that many men report when exiting a high conflict relationship. So they describe the quiet as a luxury. They're no longer being tormented by the woman that they fought so hard to keep. The freedom from constant negotiations, from being misinterpreted. When you say something, she says it a different way to make you feel like a villain when you're trying to get what you need from her. These experiences from having their focus labeled as distance, it feels like a massive weight has been lifted. The single by choice strategy, therefore, is a calculated decision to prioritize immediate peace over the risk of future chaos. And this brings us to another powerful agitator, the devaluation dynamic. For a man who has spent years building his value, his career, his fitness, his character, nothing is more insulting than being devalued by the person who is supposed to be his partner. This isn't just about arguments, it's a pattern of chronic disrespect. It's being treated like a walking ATM machine where his financial contributions are expected, but his opinions are dismissed. It's being spoken to with contempt. It's the weaponization of intimacy, where she ain't gonna do nothing with him unless she gets what she wants. And if she don't get what she wants, he cut off. You have a lot of women on social media right now using weaponization of intimacy. Girl, if he ain't got the money, then he can't get the goodies. If he ain't got no money in his pocket, he ain't getting the goodies. But if you're weaponizing it, if you're putting a price on it, then it's no longer valuable. It's a commodity to the average bidder. It is not valuable. Value is priceless, meaning no matter how much somebody put up for it, it ain't for sale. It's exclusive. If there is a minimal quantity of money that is required to be paid in order to ride this ride, that's not exclusive. So that virgin marriage, that's a rare breed. That's exclusivity. That's high value. You throw cooperation and validation in there, ain't no man letting that woman go. But if you take the average woman, steak and lobster in a 3D movie, and you turn it inside out, how many men can afford steak and lobster in a 3D movie twice a month? 80% of men. So now you're just trying to figure out which one is willing to accept you for your height. Because I mean, shit, take her to Chili's, surf and turf. Take her to Red Lobster, surf and turf. Take her to Olive Garden, surf and turf. It's on most menus in most fancy 3-star restaurants. It's not even a 5-star limited commodity. That's crazy. So a man with options looks at this dynamic and makes a simple calculation. He doesn't have to tolerate this bullshit. He would rather be alone and respected by himself than be in a partnership where he feels consistently unappreciated. And a lot of women look down on men who would prefer to be alone than to be in a relationship with her and mistreated. But there are a lot of women that feel the same way, that they would prefer to be alone than to be in a relationship where they're not valued by their man. So I don't understand that if you agree with this dynamic, why do women get into relationships and don't show value to their men? So for these men, respect isn't a preference. It is a non-negotiable currency of any relationship. This non-negotiable expectation for behavior that I talked to you guys about. This ties directly into the mission conflict. A high achieving man doesn't just have a job, he has a mission, his 20-year plan for success. It could be building a company like Steven wants to do, it could be mastering a craft like Michael wants to do, it could be creating a legacy like I want to do. This mission is the engine that drives the man. The man wakes up every day asking himself, how do I win today? A relationship that doesn't understand, or worse, resents this mission is seen as a direct threat. It pulls energy and focus away from his primary objective. If you are minimalizing your expenses to 30% of your income and investing 70% so that you can expedite growth, and you find yourself in a relationship with a chick that is demanding or expecting half of your income to satisfy her expectations or her expenses, out of the 70% that you was investing, you might now start only investing 20 or 30% and spending the other 20 or 30% on her. Or statistically, we typically take 41% of our income and put it on her. So if we take 41% of our income out of the 70% that we were investing, we're now only putting away 29%. Your fast track to financial success has been derailed because you're in a partnership. And 100% of her income is staying with her. It's not going into your investment portfolio. Y'all aren't splitting the future, you're splitting the present. And then she's partying on the rest. But you're investing on the future. She's not investing on the future with you. You're not taking 30% of her income and putting it with 70% of your income, and y'all are making yourself successful for the future. Y'all aren't living off of one income and then taking all of her money and investing it into the brokerage account so that y'all can retire at an early age. You're taking care of her, she's taking care of her, and then you're taking whatever's left and you're putting it into the brokerage account, and she's partying like a rock star. And I say this not because I bash women, because ladies, how many of y'all got a brokerage account? How many of y'all have managed a brokerage account for the last 15 years? Most women, not, and it doesn't have anything to do with value. Most women do not have a brokerage account. Most women do not have extensive savings. Most women do not have to even think about these things. So as a result, when they get into a relationship, what she gets out of the relationship, the alimony, the child support, half of the man's estate, each time she divorces a man, she comes up in the world. Each time he gets divorced, he goes down in the world. The benefits of the relationship benefit her more than him financially, and the benefits of marriage benefits her more than him financially. The more often she gets married, the more stuff she gets. A woman might get 5 houses off of 5 divorces. Start a real estate business. But a man will have lost 5 houses and 5 divorces and be living in an apartment, paying the mortgage on 5 houses, right? And I'm being real. Again, the data shows 2 sides of the coin. On average, studies have shown that partnered men, particularly married men, report higher levels of happiness and are often better off financially, at least in the beginning. A healthy marriage with a supportive partner can be a tremendous asset, but that's the average. And a high achiever is, by definition, an outlier. So the single by choice strategist isn't rejecting the idea of a supportive partner. He is actually aware of the risk of an unsupportive one. And he's going to ask himself a critical question. Does this person respect my grind, and do they see my ambition as part of me to be celebrated or as a flaw to be corrected. And if he's going to sense his mission will be treated as a competitor for his attention, then he will choose the mission over the relationship every single time. Either your show would have been gold when I attended college. I started the show 3 years ago, bro. I started learning this stuff 3 years ago. I started reinforcing this information over the last 3 years, and I'm living by the information that I have found, and I am practicing what I preach. So I have a lot of people that come to the show. Oh, are you single? Because they really want to devalue the messenger. They don't want to recognize the message. You don't have to agree to the message, but do your research and go and cross-reference the situation and find out, oh shit, this is true. It's true. I didn't know it. I might not be the one causing it. I might not be the one experiencing it, but the majority of 386 million people are going through this right now. All right. So when we're looking at, take this, 2 million men a year get married out of 165 million men. About half of the population of men. 2 million men are getting married. And out of the 2 million men that getting married, 80% of those men are first-time marriage, which is about 180 or 1.8 million men that are first-time marriage. The rest of them, the other 20%, 200,000 men, are second, third, fifth, eighth marriages. But out of the 2 million men that get married, only 20% of the men that are under the age of 29 are getting married. So out of the 2 million men that are getting married, the majority of the men are 30 and above. So when I learned these statistics, and look, I'm calling it out. I'm 41. So when I was 29, I didn't know this. It's 12 years ago. I'm like, sheesh. I didn't know this. But now that I know, now I'm teaching everybody. It's going to be a long grind for us to build this podcast to the levels where the majority of the next generation of men are like, oh shit, I want to learn this. But guess what? Most people that are coming on the show are over the age of 35. There are some 30 to 35, but the majority are 35 to 67. Typically because after we fucked our life up, then we stumbled on a podcast. It's like, hey, there's a better way you can fix your fuck up and still be successful before you get too old to try. Now they're like, fuck, let me see what this is about. Then you start jumping into the podcast. He says, is there a plan B, like marrying a rich woman, sort of a Hail Mary move? Well, no. And the reason, and I love that question. I know you're joking, but I love that question. Think about the hypergamy theory. The majority of women, mid to high value and even low value women, the majority of women believe that dating a man requires them to elevate their standards, not their personal expectations, their financial standard, their social standard, their network. They're supposed to uplift. So if she's driving a Porsche, you've got to be driving a more expensive Porsche. If she's driving a Nissan Maxima, you might have to have a Bentley. If she's got a $30,000 a year job, you got to have a $60,000 a year job. If she's living in the basement with her mama, you got to have your own apartment. If she's got her own apartment, you got to own your own house. If she owns her own house, you've got to own a bigger house. If she's got a $80,000 a year job, you've got to have a $120,000 a year job. You have to be better than her in order for her to choose you. You have to be able to do something for her that she's not capable of doing for herself in order for her to choose you. Now, the rich or financially well-off women over the age of 50, lonely, only looking for male companionship, they exist. We call them cougars. Those are the women. You're not going to really marry them as a man when you're younger than them, specifically because 60% of men are still looking to build a legacy. Unless she's willing to take care of you financially and allow you to have a baby mama on the side, it's not going to work out. Because if she wants you exclusively to her and she finds you talking to another female, she's going to drop you like a bad habit. So that'll lead to a divorce or at least a breakup if y'all are long-term dating. Also, then there's going to be the attraction. If she's got the body of a 30-year-old at the age of 50, then you're probably still going to call yourself dating her. However, you're not having any kids with her. If you're not looking for kids right now, that might be okay. But once you start getting yourself financially stable through her assistance, you might decide that you want to teach what you've learned to the next generation, which requires you to have a legacy. And outside of Big Brothers programs, you're not going to find the ability to mentor someone else unless you have your own kids. And that's when the problems start in your relationship, because she can't have kids and you want kids. So your situation shifts. 60% of men want to be fathers. Whether they admit it or not, 60% of men want to be fathers. But the fiscally responsible men that want to be fathers know they can't afford fatherhood right now, so they're not trying to be fathers intentionally. But they won't turn away the opportunity to be a dad, even if they can't afford to pay the child support. However, a man dating a woman that's able to pay for him and his significant other's child, oh yeah, a man will drop kids in a heartbeat and stick with the woman with money. But the fact is that men mostly are required as valuable men to be more than what the woman's got to offer. So what you're going to find is that the rich women that are 120, 200,000 a year, they're single. It's not that she's not valuable, it's that her expectations are far too high. She's 200,000 a year, and there's only 23% of men that are above 100,000 a year. So out of the men there's like 13% of men that's above 200,000 a year. So out of the 13% of men that's above 200,000 a year, she's trying to pick one that will accept her for who she is. Now, why is a man that is making more than her, that's in the top 13 percentile, got women throwing themselves on her on a regular basis, on him on a regular basis, going to have to compete to get a woman when he could just grab a woman that doesn't make 100,000 a year and she won't bitch? Why get one with high expectations and low standards when he can get one with less expectations and higher standards? So it doesn't, that option B to grab a rich chick, that's what college dudes do. Because they're only sleeping with the girl for the time being. They'll accept the free gifts for the time being. They'll accept the free drinks at the bar and cover for the club and gas money and expensive cars that he can't afford to get yet. But at some point, he's going to find a girl that's younger than him, usually how it operates, that is attractive, still able to reproduce. He's going to end up cutting it off with the old woman and then pursuing a relationship with the young chick. And the young chick is going to be a step down. Why? Because women want more than what they're valued at. No matter how much she's worth. If she's an 8, she wants a 10. No matter how much she's worth. Steven says, if she's driving a Lamborghini, I'm driving a Toyota. Bro, if she's driving a Lamborghini, she's driving me around. I'm not even trying to put miles on my Toyota. If I got a 2015 Toyota and I got a chick pulling up in a Lambo and she putting gas in it, bro, I'm riding shoddy. I'm not even trying to drive my Toyota. My shit gonna stay in the driveway until she go to work and hug on. You know what I mean? Right now, I'm only putting like 30 miles a week on my car. So I mean, if I had a chick with a Lambo, bro, I would not put any miles on my car. You would come and pick me up on my day off and take me where the fuck I want to go and then bring me back. I'm not putting any miles on my car. I might drop the insurance off my vehicle and leave my shit in the driveway on the showroom floor with spotlights pointing at it. Got it on one of those revolving altars like Need for Speed, when you go into the garage and you got the car just revolving when you walk into the garage. That's what I would have my old school Toyota, just revolving on the little platform with the spotlight showing. This is what a classic look like, baby. I ain't putting no miles on that bitch every year. I might charge people to walk into my garage and look what a classic look like. You know what I mean? But nah, I'm not. I'm not trying to, and Toyotas last forever. You talking about 500,000 miles on a Toyota, 300,000 miles you rebuild the transmission, 450,000 miles you redo the head gasket as long as you're taking care of the car. So I buy a Toyota in a heartbeat. But if my female got a Hummer or a G-Wagon or whatever the case may be, that's okay. You got a car. We'll ride in your car. I don't give a fuck. And I'm not even saying it because her car is more expensive than my car, because I could have a Toyota and she could have a Lexus, but she can drive. That's okay. She can drive. And if I got to drive, I'm going to drive your car, because I remember I had a chick where I had a Toyota Celica and she had a Ford Focus, and I drove her Ford Focus till the wheels wore off. I was like, I ain't even putting no miles on my car. I parked my car at her house and get in her car and drive her car. We ain't doing this. Is if a woman has $1 billion, she wants a guy who's worth $2 billion. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. And there's very few female billionaires. If there's one female billionaire, because I know Donald Trump's wife is worth $50 million. But Donald Trump is worth multiple billions, somewhere close to $4 billion, and his wife is worth $50 million. So if you look at that to scale, that's equivalent to a $50,000 a year woman with a $400,000 a year man. If you look at that to scale, she's not a $50 million woman with a $30,000 a year man. She's a $50 million woman with like a $4 billion man. So that's equivalent to a $50,000 a year woman with a $400,000 a year man. Women date up. That's the dynamic. Now, before we get into the solutions, I'm curious what you guys think. What's the biggest risk that you've seen in modern relationships? Is it financial? Is it emotional? Or is it something else entirely? Drop your thoughts into the comment section and jump in with Stephen, Michael, and Trader. And if any of this information is resonating with you, make sure that you keep mashing those reaction buttons if you haven't started doing so, and hit that like button if you haven't started doing that yet. And make sure that you take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel, because we're paying attention to that stuff. So if the landscape is fraught with risk, let's get into this, guys, and the old social scripts are broken, what do you guys think the alternative would be? Well, the solution isn't to become bitter or even give up, because I know a lot of people call themselves retiring out of the game, because I mean, it's that bullshit. You could probably find yourself with a hot chick that smokes weed just because you buy the weed for her, and you can smash because you bought the weed for her, which means that her value is like an ounce of weed. Start thinking about how we really looking at what's going on with these dating games, y'all. You can find you an 18 to 25-year-old that's just looking to smoke, and you can get 2 ounces of weed. That's $300. 2 ounces of weed and a bottle of liquor, bottle of Patron, is $400 total. And you can smoke and smash, smoke, drink, and smash. And she will rock that life through college. Then when she's 30 years old with a credit score of 600 at best, student debt, minimum wage job, now she's looking for a dude that actually values her personality. I'm trying to tell y'all now. Is a solution to marry an Amish woman? Well, Amish women typically stay inside of their collective, so you're not likely as an outsider to marry one of the women inside of an Amish country, but likely the majority of women that are family oriented, raised and sheltered away from technology and social media are more likely to value you as a man to the magnitude where she's not going to run off and leave you with the neighbor just because the neighbor's willing to spend more money on her. She will stick with you because you were chosen for her, betrothed, stuff to that effect. She will stick with you because you're the father of her children. She will stick with you because you're her provider. But she's not going to stick with you because you're rich. You know, you put food on her table, she cooks the food that you put on her table, and she will stick with you. But Amish is hard to find. I know they exist somewhere in America, but they're hard to find. But again, you're still looking at a small percentage of women out of the full 165,000 women, 165 million women. So even if 1% of women are family oriented, soon as I said that, the screen flashed. So I'm gonna say it again just in case we had a hiccup. If we assume that there is 1% of women that are family oriented women in Western culture out of the 165 million women in America, you're saying 1.6 million women are family oriented out of the 2 million men that get married, which means that there's 45 million men that are not dating a family oriented woman, which still means that the remaining women, the remaining 99% of women that are not family oriented, are less likely to be wife material. We're just settling for whatever's left. Isn't that something else? And then let's take it to consideration that not every family oriented, high value woman is taken. We can't tell if she's a family oriented and high valued woman based on her behavior patterns when she's operating in a collective of low valued women. One high valued woman with 4 low valued friends, we're going to assume the whole group is based off of the collective negative behavior. Y'all see some of those YouTube videos where the dude sits next to the chick. He's talking to the chick. He's trying to, give her a gift or something like that. She's being polite and respectful, but her friends are cock blocking. The good girl out of the group, who might have been a good girlfriend, who might have been a good wife, gets blocked by the women that are not wife material, which ultimately has the good girl end up 40 and single because she stayed with friends that were not dateable. They've been running this theme on social media claiming the fridge is blocking the snack. But it's true. Most of the good ones are married by now at our age ranges. Yes, most of the good ones are married. And if they're not married, they're divorced or widows. The good ones that are divorced are typically divorced from domestic violence or an affair from the man's side, not just frivolous divorce. The best ones are widows because they stayed with the man until he died and she wasn't the reason why he died. But the good ones, the decent ones, are typically married. You can find a good woman that's not married, but it's harder to find because good women aren't out at the club. Good women are not out there in social functions with single people. Good women stay at home. Good women might have a hobby, but it's not dropping it like it's hot and shaking her tail feather in a nightclub. You might find a good woman at her job, but it's hard for you to determine if she's a good woman at her job because she's at work. And if she's an attractive woman, she gets hit on every day. She develops emotional numbness to the flirtation from the clientele, and then she disregards you. So as a man, in order for you to pick up on a woman at her job, you would have to become a regular client of her company until she decides to communicate with you outside of the job. So it's hard to find the valuable women. They're out there. They're out there. Not all of them are taken, but it's hard to find them. But again, as a higher value man, you're 36, I'm 41. If we're trying to find a woman of value, if we're trying to find one in our age group, you're now looking at her cooperation and obedience. We're going to go through the list of how to find out which ones we're looking for. But if you're looking for one that is 50% of your age plus 7, so you're 36, half of your age will be 28 plus 7. Was that 35? Did I do that math right? No. 50% of your age is, you're 36, 50% of your age is 18. Plus 7 would be 25. So you would find a 25-year-old or a 26-year-old that is up your alley more effectively than finding a 36-year-old that is the same age as you that is up your alley. Because the women that are in their 30s are set in stone, where their responses or actions towards men is based off collective data from interactions with other men. So she'll make you a sandwich because that's what other men eat. She will do things for you because that's what other men like, but she won't find out from you what you like and what you want. She'll just give you what she thinks that most men would want. And then if you don't appreciate that because that's not what you wanted, then you're in an argument. So you get you a 25-year-old, she probably is curious to know what does it take to make a man happy, and she will ask those questions or listen to you when you provide that information. And that 5-year difference between 25 and 30, and that 5-year difference between 30 and 35 is a difference between a woman that's willing to listen and change versus a woman that's not willing to listen and change. But a man is always willing to listen and change because for some reason men know that no two women are the same, but no woman believes that two men are not the same. Men are treated the same way. And that's going to be another reason why body counts aren't good, because if she's collecting data from the hundreds of guys that she sleeps with, her performance is not going to be based off of your satisfaction. It's going to be based off her data collection. She's not interested in looking into more data. She has enough data to assume that you should be reasonably satisfied with most of the things that she's planning on doing. You either like it or you don't, because she's reached an age not to give a fuck. You know what I mean? The solution is going to be to adopt a new operating system in order for us to deal with these things. It's a deliberate strategy designed for the reality of 2026. It's not about avoiding relationships forever. It is about building a life so strong and fulfilling that any relationship becomes an enhancement, not a necessity. It's going to come down to 5 core principles. Principle number 1, the first foremost principle. What we said, rule number 1, don't talk about Fight Club. Rule number 2, don't talk about Fight Club. And rule number 3, don't talk about Fight Club. Principle number 1, put your mission first. This is the fundamental foundation of how you determine the value of a woman and a relationship. A mission first approach means that your primary focus is your 20-year plan, your non-negotiable priority. This is going to be the fulfillment of your purpose. And this could be building your business, achieving a physical mastery, or advancing your career. It could be building your retirement. It could be setting up your ability to travel the world. Whatever it is that your goal is in life, that is your mission. And it is going to be the core driver of your identity. This isn't selfishness. It is sequencing. It's recognizing that a man without a mission is a ship without a rudder. Okay? He said, definitely not a speed dating situation. Fuck no. I don't know. I have never been on a speed date before. I'm curious as to how it would operate because I myself am not willing to change seats on a regular basis. So if I were to go into a speed dating scenario, I would have to sit still and she will get up out of her seat and get the fuck on. But you know, speed dating is horrible for you to be able to really get to know somebody because you have less than 5 minutes to introduce yourself, get through the awkward ice break, and then decide, do I meet you again? And if I'm going on speed dating, I'm going to bring a dog with me. So most of the chicks are going to be like, oh, he's so cute. Can I pet him? So most of them are not going to give a shit that I'm sitting at the table. And the ones that don't like dogs, I'm going to be like, next. So, you know, but then you still got to deal with, guess what's going to be at the speed date? What's going to be at the speed date are women that are not able to find a date. What's going to be at the speed date? Men that are desperate to find a date. This interaction is going to be an interaction of desperation. Not just an interaction of desperation based on ongoing loneliness, an interaction of desperation because you got less than 5 minutes to make a connection. You have the person that just got up, the person that just sat down, and the person that's about to sit down that you have to choose from in less than 5 minutes. And the larger the dating room is, the more choices you have to choose. And you have to hope that you're choosing one that chooses you. Because if you choose one, that one rejects you. The other one that would have chosen you is going to change their mind on you, because women are bitter. They don't want to be the second choice. So if out of 3 women, the one you chose doesn't accept you, the other 2 is like, fuck it, I'm out. It's like that balloon popping skit. You're not likely if you don't grab the one that you want and she's willing to allow you to grab her, it ain't gonna work out. It ain't gonna work out. The whole group is dead. Bro, dogs help a lot. The dogs help open a line of communication with females that you otherwise would not have talked to, because they're closed-minded to the fact that men are not valuable unless they're looking for the man at that time. So since they're willing to open their options to pets or service dogs, if they see an animal, they might engage you specifically because you have an animal. Also, women seek men that take care of kids. So if you're babysitting a kid, doesn't even have to be yours. Women will come up, even though they don't want to be mothers, and come up and want to hold the kid that you have and play with the kid that you have. And they value you as a man because you're showing your fatherly parental skills in their presence. But if you didn't have that kid, if you didn't have that dog, they could get 2 shits about who you are. And I'm like, if you wouldn't have talked to me if I wasn't here with that, then I don't want to talk to you. So putting your mission first brings radical clarity to your life. It simplifies your choices about how you spend your time, your money, and your energy. A relationship that supports your mission can be a powerful amplifier, but one that distracts or drains you from that mission is a liability that you can't afford. You must first lay a deep, strong foundation before you start building the upper floors. So your mission is the foundation, and the mission first man knows that he must become the person he wants to be on his own terms before he can be an effective partner. Now, this for someone like me, I do a podcast every night for 2-3 hours a night. I got a partner this time of night, should be in bed asleep. That means that my partner knows that every day at around this time, I'm going to detach myself from my relationship and focus on my mission. A person that, oh, come to bed, you don't got to go live tonight, that relationship's not going to work out. You spend more time on your podcast than you spend with me. Well, if you really wanted to be productive, what do you think would mesh with my mission? The kind of female that is handling my SEOs and posting all of my content or working the camera angles and stuff to that effect. While I'm doing this, she's doing that to make my mission more effective. That's something that works with the mission. Take you're an avid gamer. You're a Call of Duty specialist, right? That's your mission. She wants you to get off your PlayStation, or she's going to throw your PlayStation in the pool. That's a conflict of interest. If your mission is to be a paid to play a gamer where they're going to cut you a check for beating this game, you're beating this game, and she's going to have to respect that. She doesn't respect that. You got to find a different kind of person. And why is it different for the man to have principles that he's going to follow and the women are not going to have the principles that she's going to follow? Well, you've got to understand what she wants out of life is a man with a damn plan to begin with. A man is not valuable if he doesn't have a plan, if he doesn't have ambitions, if he doesn't have goals, if he does not have a finish line that he's trying to achieve, if he does not have resources, if he does not have a way to get resources. So a man without a plan is not a valuable man to a woman. A woman without a plan doesn't matter to a man. A woman with a plan, as long as her plan doesn't conflict with his plan, doesn't matter to a man. He'll help her with her plan. But if his plan conflicts with her demands for attention, she starts competing with his primary end goal. And if he doesn't allow that, then she's going to rebel, and that leads to I was gonna say reckless, but unhealthy relationship, a conflictual and potentially leading to toxic relationship. So first things first, whatever it is that your end goal is, what your 20-year plan, that's your priority. Focus on your mission. Principle number 2 out of 5. So we're almost done here. Mastering strategic singlehood. You gotta be good with yourself before you can be good with somebody else. The old paradigm viewed being single as a passive waiting period. You're in the friend zone, waiting to be picked. You're one of many shoes on a shelf, waiting to be picked up. You're a player riding a bench, waiting for them to call your number. You're a car on a lot, waiting to be test driven. That is not what we're talking about right now. The new strategy reframes it as an active and strategic choice, a dedicated period of intense self investment, meaning that the shop is closed until we finish remodeling. This isn't about being lonely, it's about being deliberate. It is a conscious decision to use your time as a single man to build leverage in every area of your life. This helps you with recovering from the past relationship. It helps you recover from the emotional trauma from past engagements. It helps you recover from the financial deficit from the last engagement. And it helps you build the stability that you need for the next engagement, which, by the way, should be the last engagement. So at 36, 41 years old, if we decided to wait 5 years, 6 years, where I was like 46, you're 40, 42, and then we found the one that we were looking for, where we can get 40 more years out of that relationship, it would be worth it. Instead of rushing into a relationship before the end of the year, where we could be single within 1 year, 5 months, 6 days, instead of that, we wait for the quality. So this means redirecting the resources, time, money, and mental energy that would have gone into dating and investing them directly into yourself. That relationship tax that we talked about earlier, it is now becoming an investment fund. The hours that you might have spent on dating apps are now hours you can spend reading, working on your business, or honing new skills, learning different languages. If you want to go to different countries to see if you can find the right partner, the 6 to 8 hours a day that you spend entertaining a female that ultimately is not worth your time. You could have spent that 6 to 8 hours learning 2 or 3 different languages. You could have tried going to different countries to find the person that you're looking for. You might actually find the person you're looking for in your own backyard. And what won you over was the 3 languages you learned to go find somebody in a different country. You never know how things turn out. Strategic singlehood is about playing the long game for yourself, not the cat and mouse game for the sake of the other person. Because some people just like to be chased. But like the villain in a scary movie, bitch, I ain't chasing shit. I'm going to pop up out of nowhere and you either going to get yours or you're not. If I was in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I would be the main character. And all my relationships be the same way. You either going to get yours or you're not. That's it. That man ain't never run. He walk. He didn't even walk fast. He stood there for 30 seconds and then he took his first step. When you're building a life, you're building one that is so robust on its own that you are no longer operating from a place of scarcity or neediness. Because women don't like needy men. When you no longer need a relationship for validation or status, you are free to choose one from a position of strength, which prevents you in desperation from accepting unrealistic terms and conditions just so that you're not alone. And that is what the majority of men that end up in relationships do. They accept unreasonable terms and conditions just for the sake of not being alone. Now the man is not satisfied, but he's not alone. Now the man is not happy, but he's not alone. So he's okay with not being alone. And now he has to meet those unrealistic expectations from a place of resentment because happy wife, happy life, and it's cheaper to keep her. Damn. Had he been in a position to choose strategically from a position of strength, then instead of him folding on all of his expectations, he could at least get what he's satisfied with, because you're still settling for less. The hypergamy theory is not going to change with this model. She's still going to choose a man that is more valuable to her than she is to him. It is what it is. From a female's perspective, she will choose a man that is more valuable to her than she is to him. But from a man's perspective, he needs to at least get what he needs out of this woman and some of the things that he wants, because she's going to get everything she's looking for in order for her to agree. So if she can at least meet 80% of his expectations, if she's getting 100% of what she wants and he can get 80% of what he wants, that's reasonable. It's not going to be perfect, but it's reasonable. Principle number 3, you want to practice ruthless risk management. High achieving men are natural risk managers in their professional lives. And this strategy simply demands that they apply the same logic, rigor to their personal lives. And this isn't about being cynical. This isn't about being a douchebag. It's not about being misogynistic. It is about being smart. The first layer of financial and legal protection means that you understand the legal implications of cohabitation and marriage in your area. It means seeing prenuptial agreements not as a sign of distrust, but as a pragmatic contract designed to protect both parties. The dating contract comes from the same dynamic. You wouldn't merge two companies without a clear legal agreement, and for many, marriage is the most significant merger they will ever undertake. But more importantly, layer the personal. It's about protecting your most valuable assets, which is your time, your energy, and your peace of mind. And this means because incredibly selective behavior about who you allow in your inner circle and developing a ruthless vetting process will allow you to have more peace of mind and more scrutiny over your resources. You stop screening for superficial traits like, oh, she's sexy, or oh, she swallows. And you start screening for what truly matters: the character, the integrity, the emotional stability, and the aligned values. He says, I can never be responsible for a woman's happiness. Not doing that. But that's the thing, Stephen. Most men, up until we came to this podcast, would instinctively make ourselves responsible for a woman's happiness. Most men, up until they started coming to this podcast, would make themselves responsible for a woman's happiness. All we ask a woman on the first 5 dates is what makes her happy. What does she like? What does she want? What does she need? All about her. Because we want to know, what do we got to do to keep her from leaving? Not one question does a man normally ask a woman before they come to this podcast. Not one question does a man ask a woman that is about him, except for, does she have an attachment to another man, or does she have responsibilities to other children? Outside of that, most men don't give a shit if she values him, if she respects him, if she's willing to cooperate with him. Most men don't give a shit if she values his opinion, if she's willing to follow his instructions. As long as she is happy, she will put out. And as long as she will put out, he is happy. So most men, before they started coming to this podcast, would make themselves responsible for the woman's happiness, because the key to getting between her legs is to make her smile. Roses. I ain't even had to say a bunch of shit. I didn't even have to go down a whole list. Roses. What the fuck are you getting her roses for? To make her happy. Chocolates. To make her happy and horny. Money. To make her excited, happy, and horny. Expensive dinners. To excite her. Keep her happy. Trips. To excite her. Keep her happy. Think about most of the dates you take, most of the first dates you've been on, Stephen. Let's think about most of the dates you've been on. Usually dinner and a movie. Maybe you brought her to a putt-putt game. Maybe you brought her to a skating rink or a bowling alley. You might have took one fishing one time. You went for a drive. You went the romantic dinner, the moonlight, whatever, the stargazing, sunrise, sunset, beach. All things that makes her happy. Not one date can you think about right now, logically speaking, that you took a female on specifically for your own personal gratification? Your date was designed to make her happy. It is what it is. We didn't know another way until I started talking about it on the show. Now that you know, you and I both agree, fuck that. I am not making my mission her happiness. Her happiness comes by default because she chose me. But I am not about to compromise myself as a person to aim for a level of happiness that is unrealistically achievable by herself. She couldn't get this happiness without me. So why am I going the extra mile to make her even more happy when I'm not even happy myself? That makes no sense. And this is a wild understanding that not a lot of us pay attention to. A lot of the superficial traits that we have, we pay attention to her looks. She might be a little bubbly. Being bubbly means that she does not have the capabilities to interpret the current situation for what it is. She ain't really all that stupid, but reaction time to common sense doesn't happen as quickly as we would hope, and we find it a little bit entertaining. It shows a little area of innocence. We don't want stupid chicks, but we also don't want psychological bullies either. We would love an intellectual woman that is able to rationalize with us, not talk down to us because she's got a degree. So those superficial traits, we got to try to avoid those superficial traits. Oh, she's hot. And then think about it. If you say, well, I'm only going to date girls that are all natural. If she glued it to her scalp, if she sewed it into her head, if she had to pay a hairdresser 4 hours to attach it to her skull where she bought it at the store, doesn't matter what it is, whether it's eyelashes, pounds of paint, hair, fingernails that fall off and got to be glued back on, and we say, well, we want an all natural chick, and then you walk up on her and she don't look natural, it don't matter if you could smash if you had the chance. You're not even going to go talk to her because she's not natural. Now, if all men who say that they want a natural woman look at the women that are not natural by design and don't even acknowledge them, you know that makeup will go out of style, fake hair will go out of style, eyelashes will go out of style, fingernails will go out of style for the women that are doing it to attract men. But you'll come to find that the majority of women are doing it to attract other women because they like the female praise. It's wild because they're doing it to attract men, but they're also doing it to get praised by other women. Because the men ain't looking for that. Some of the characteristics of women like long hair, rosy red cheeks, and long eyelashes are primal signs of fertility. That's what men look for. Big breasts are primal signs of nursing after the children are born. Wide hips, big butts, usually signs of fertility. So certain women only work on their glutes. They work on their thighs, their glutes, and their calves so that they can have that nice tight butt with the hourglass figure. And then they wear a push-up bra with the Wonder Bra thing and make their boobs look just a little bit faster. I mean, a little bit larger on their smaller frame. And it still gives off the observation that triggers primal instincts in men. They behave to attract men, and then they lie about it and claim that they're doing it for themselves. But they wear outfits that are approved by other women so that they can get praised by other women. But when a man says take that off, she doesn't want to take that off because she wants to keep getting praised by the other women. Why can't I feel sexy? Because you already got the man that you wanted. You should be able to feel validated and appreciated by the man that you have, and wear the sexy clothes for your man at the house, but be modest outside of the house because you're no longer single. So a woman that isn't willing to listen to a man when a man tells her how to dress, that's not valuable. There's 1,000 men that will talk to a not natural woman if you don't. Right, but Stephen, out of those 1,000 men, none of them will marry her, and about 500 of them will sleep with her. But out of those 1,000 men, none of those men will get that not natural woman if he doesn't meet that financial criteria. So if 1,000 men wanted a natural woman and they turned away every non-natural woman, more women would be natural. A lot of men are attracted to the long hair. That's why the women put fake hair in their head to have it going down their back, because men are attracted to that. They put the eyelashes on because men are attracted to that. The only thing that women do for themselves are those extra long fingernails, because there's no signs of fertility with extra long fingernails. The spandex outfits that they have, the leggings and all of that other stuff, the tight clothes, that now they have the tight clothes that have the stitching that separates the butt cheeks and lift them up a little bit to make it look like they've got a fat butt. They do that to attract men. They're showing their midsection, showing the abs, which also somewhat of a sign of fertility. They're doing that to attract men. They put the heels on so that they can be attractive to taller men. But if they didn't have the heels on and they wore flats, they would be attractive to shorter men, because they would still be at 4'11", wearing a 3-foot platform shoe with a 6-inch heel on it so that they can look 6'1" or 5'11". At 4'11", they could have did flats and been tall to a 5'6" guy. They wear those really tall shoes so that they can look taller to get the even taller man. They're doing it for the men. The men don't want that, but the women don't care. That's why they do it. The more attention they get from men, the more women tell other women, oh, well, if you want more guys to look at you, you got to dress like this. And that's when the scantily clad, overly revealing outfit becomes the normal standard for the average woman. Women are not supposed to be wearing leggings on a regular basis, going to the store and going to the mall and going to the library and shit. That was technically originally supposed to be just for working out. Yoga clothes to be only worn at the yoga studio, not on the way to the yoga studio. Gym clothes that was only worn in the gym. That's why there's locker rooms in the gym, because you're supposed to dress modest until you get to the gym and then put the gym clothes on in the gym, wear them at the gym, take them off in the gym, wear your normal modest clothes outside of the gym. You're not supposed to put your gym clothes on at the house and then wear them to the gym so that everybody is watching you as you walk by on the way to the gym, where you're not going to work on your physical strength where you can lift that couch by yourself. You're only going to work on your thighs. That's it. That makes no sense for a gym membership. Not doing a total body workout, but you're going to be on a treadmill. The money you spend on a gym membership, you could have bought a treadmill, put it into your apartment, and just stayed at your damn house. We have to pay attention to these things, fellas. So when you're paying attention to their character, their integrity is huge. because integrity is going to be in line with how she carries herself, including the clothes that she wears. So if you're overly exposed, your integrity is going to be lower than a woman that's capable of being modest. Emotional stability. She should not be searching my phone to make herself feel secure. You should be secure that my ass is here with you. That's it. And then the aligned values. That's going to be the other half. So she can have her end goal. And her end goal doesn't have to be the exact end goal that you have. But if her end goal meshes with your end goal where you don't have to compromise your objectives in order for her to succeed, y'all both got something that y'all can work towards. If you look for the red flags not as quirks to be fixed, but as clear signals to disengage. Oh, she's a smoker, but that's okay. Maybe she'll quit. Oh, she's a gambler. Oh, that's okay. Maybe she'll quit. Oh, she got like 15 dudes in her phone that's male best friends, and 5 of them are her ex. Oh, that's okay. Maybe we'll work that out. Nah, fuck that shit. Red flags. The goal is no longer to find a partner just for the sake of finding a partner, bro. It is to filter out the 99% to identify the rare individual who is a true asset. Because if you've lost nothing, because the life you built for yourself is already complete, you have nothing to sacrifice in this relationship. Special shout out to Sherry. I know you rolling because I'm not lying though. I'm telling you the exact truth. This is the hardcore truth. And this isn't no red pill, blue pill, black pill podcast kind of shit. This is the hardcore truth. If you're paying attention to the real deal Holyfield, you start finding out like, damn, some of the stuff that I be allowing to slide, I shouldn't be letting slide. But the other issue is that if you let it slide on first contact and you let it slide during the honeymoon phase and you start trying to put your foot down 6 months into the relationship, the pushback you're going to get is, I was allowed to do this in the beginning. What changed? And don't let you be the second person with a complaint, because the other person will always say you're just doing that in retaliation because I complained about you. So now your complaint is devalued because you weren't the first person to bring this issue up. But if you would have been standing on your non-negotiable expectation from behavior from day one, you could have said, before any bullshit hit the fan, you're not doing that. You're only getting one pass. Time to go. See how I did that? You're not doing that. That's the first. As soon as I see it, I'm telling you, you're not doing that. You're only getting one pass. So I let it go. The first time you did it. Second time you did it, it's time to go. We're not even arguing about it. Before I get too emotionally invested into this, before I get too financially invested into this, you need to know what you're not going to do. And I tell people all the time, oh, they love the way I train my dogs. I train my dogs like I train children. You train children the way you train wives. And women are going to feel disrespected about this. But think about this. If you spend more time in your relationship, for both a man and a woman, if you spend more time in your relationship teaching your partner what they need to do to receive positive praise from you, they should focus on only doing the things that will gain them positive praise. If you allow them to fuck up and you spend more time disciplining what they've done wrong, they will find more ways to get away with not getting caught doing it. Pets are the same way. Wait till your back is turned and then try to do it. Go in another room and try to do it. Kids are the same way. Wait till the parents are at school or when they're out of town, or wait till the parents are at work while the kids are at school, or try to do it at their homeboy's house. They try to find ways to not get caught instead of passively trying to put a stop to unacceptable behavior. Proactively make clear what's not going to be allowed. And then, and only then, are they able to function freedom within limitations. That's actually a parenting skill, freedom within limitations. Whatever you want to do inside of what I tell you is okay. And women are going to be like, oh, that's bullshit. That's misogynistic. But be realistic. It works for the president. Whatever the hell he wants to do inside of whatever the CIA tells him he can do. And that's a billionaire. hold up. Let's see what's going on here. Nah, man, it's 2026. We don't need no man telling us what we can or can't do. Usually that comes from a woman that's not valued enough to be in a marriage with a man that of higher standards, because women don't really want to be told what to do. But truth be told, if you want a man that is going to be a protector and a provider, you want a man that is going to be decisive, you want a man with goals and visions and a drive, then what you want is to follow his instructions so that he can meet his objectives. And if one of his objectives is protecting you, then when he tells you to sit down and shut up, you sit down and shut up. If he tells you, come on, let's go, you don't argue, you come on, let's go. If he tells you to leave the room, you leave the room. In order for a man to keep you safe, he needs to tell you where to go to be safe so that he can fight this fight. What women want is a simp. What they want is a man to pay for her entertainment and then bow down to her authority. Women don't want a masculine man. Women don't want a man that truly will protect and provide for her. A woman doesn't want a man that will truly have goals and ambitions and drives. She wants a man with a lot of money that's willing to spend on her. These are not women of value, though. Women that don't want to respect a man, that doesn't want to value a man, don't deserve to be in a relationship with one. And when you're setting the bar so high that you want a man to make six figures, you want a man to be 6 feet tall, you want a man to own all of his own shit, you want a man to have everything in life worth having that takes more than 75% of his life to get there, and then you don't want to respect that man, you don't want to value that man, appreciate that man, and you're going to say that you don't want to be told anything about that man, I got to tell you, that is a misconception. That is a misconception. And okay, here we go. Here we go. She says, well, I've been married 30 years to a doctor. Explains a lot. He's never there. I have a great life. Of course, because he lives on a job. So if you want to know what we want, ask us. That's the problem. We're not, this show isn't even about what you want. This is about what men need to do to make themselves men of value. And it's actually about what the men want, because no woman gives a shit about what a man wants. So even on this show, which is talking about what men want and why men do what they do and how men can do what they do better, a woman is on the show. Feel free to be here and disagree with everything I have to say, not even considering that there is a man on the show by himself telling you what men want and what men need and how men need to be valued, appreciated, and respected, and you're disagreeing. You're disagreeing with a man telling you what men want. And you're telling me that because you've been married for 30 years with a man that's never home, that you have the perfect marriage, when I already know doctors are 12 to 18 hours a day, 4 to 6 days out of the week at their jobs and on call when they're not at their jobs. And every time the news has anything that has anything to do with an injury, your husband is leaving the damn house and going back to the job and spending more time at work than he's at the house. You might have the perfect lifestyle because you're at the house with no one telling you what to do, spending up all of his money, even though you might have your own money, living a lifestyle that you want. But at the same time, you are not having to submit to a man that's not there. You're not having to answer to a man that's not there. And that is the issue, that a lot of women want that lifestyle where, okay, he's making six figures and I can do whatever I want. I don't have any responsibility. I don't have to do anything for him. I'm happy. He's got the trophy wife at the house, but ma'am, a trophy wife, what is a trophy? An ornament. No value, no purpose. Everybody wants it. It doesn't do anything for anybody. It has no value once you get it. Most NASCAR drivers says that the Piston Cup is just another cup. It's a trophy. But a woman of value is a woman that works with the man, that partners with the man, that builds the man up, that aids the man in his success. And that requires, since no woman ever asks a man, what do you want? What do you need? And how can I help you? That requires those women to open their ears, close their mouths, and do what a man tells them to do, since they don't ask. Why does a man have to ask a woman, what does she want to make her happy? But she's not asking a man, what does he want to make him happy? That's the biggest issue. Yes, he's home more now than ever before. I know what men want. That's not true. He's home more now than ever for 30 years. And how many affairs? I don't. I respect your opinion, but it doesn't hold water. It really doesn't. It doesn't hold water, Sherry. And truth be told, the reason why it doesn't hold water is because, as you're explaining to me, after 30 years of marriage, he's not going to ask for anything because he knows after 30 years you're not going to give him what he wants. Outside of the occasional intimacy, you guys are not going to have anything change after 30 years. You're not going to put in extra effort for him after watching this podcast. You're not going to think, oh, well, shit, there's so many men out there that would give anything to have a woman of value. Being married doesn't hold water to squat. Men are unsatisfied, and men will stay in a marriage unsatisfied because it costs too much money to get divorced. Are you trying to find out if your husband is satisfied, or are you just trying to prove me wrong? Is that work too? I will never submit. Exactly. That right there is the perfect answer. She said, I will never submit to any man. No value at all. No value at all. Didn't I tell you guys? I have not gotten through the 5. And I said, step number 1 is to stay on your mission. And then step number 2 is supposed to be assessing the value, where you're looking for somebody that is going to align with your objectives. And aligning with your objectives requires submission. She's not willing to submit. That's not value to most men. He said, I don't want him to submit to me either. He's not supposed to submit to you. He's supposed to protect and provide for you. You are supposed, and because he's protecting and providing for you, you are his dependent. And as his dependent, you submit to his authority. What parent has a child dictating terms? When a parent becomes a dependent, the child tells the parent what to do. The wife is a dependent to the husband. The husband tells the wife what to do. We make each other happy. I respect your opinion. I strongly disagree. You are happy. And what a lot of women do, a lot of women will claim, and she will speak for the man. Most women speak for the men. Because she's happy, she believes they're both happy. But no, ma'am, that's not the case. He puts all of his effort into keeping you happy, and the most that he can get from that is sex from you every now and again, and a cooked meal and some clean clothes. But that doesn't mean he's happy. Honest to God, he will be content. You'll ask him if he's happy, and he'll lie just to keep the peace. But if you asked him after 30 years, if you could name 20 things that I could change, if you could, whatever you wanted, 20 things that I could change, what would they be? If he tells you absolutely nothing, he's lying. But if he starts going down that list and name 5 or 10 different things, I can guarantee you it's the 5, 10, 15, 20 things that your ass ain't been doing this entire marriage. I can guarantee it. This isn't a personal vendetta. This is statistics. Just like your mentality that you'll never submit to a man. So here's the thing about submission. Even with being humble, submitting to a man because not because you're becoming a servant, because you did not put any effort into finding out what he needed, what he wanted, and what you could do for him. You submit to your boss. Let's start there. You submit to your boss, Sherry. You go to work when your boss tells you to go to work. You take a break when your boss tells you to take a break. You go home when your boss tells you to go home. And more often than not, you stay at work late when your boss tells you to stay at work late. Labor is tight. Boss tells you to clock in late. You might clock in late. Boss might ask you to do extra work above and beyond your regular duties to help out the team. Right? You submit to your boss. A lot of times your boss is a man. Women complain that men still run the workforce, right? So your boss, more often than not, might be a man. He pays your salary, not your standard of living. Your husband pays for your standard of living. For the last 30 years as a doctor, he's a 6-figure guy. I can tell. Right? Now, your man tells you what to do. You're going to rebel against that. Oh, that makes it even worse. I have my own business. Your customers tell you what to do. The customer is always right. You submit to your customers. A lot of your customers are men. You do whatever they tell you to accept money from them. Within the scope of what you're capable of providing, even if it's above and beyond what you offer as a service, you still submit to other men. But your husband, on the other hand, gives you an instruction and you don't like his tone of voice, you're going to rebel because you don't like his tone of voice. Not because he told you what he needed that you wasn't providing at that time, but because you don't like the way he said what he said. Even if he's right, he's wrong because you don't like his tone. Submitting means that when you fucked up, you just acknowledge the fact that you fucked up. And if your partner came and told you that you forgot something, you left something out, you didn't do something that you were supposed to do, damn, I did fuck up. You didn't think you needed to step up in that moment, and you didn't step up. And he's telling you, you know what? You should have stepped up. Damn, I should have stepped up. Not arguing with him is a form of submission. Not debating with him in the middle of the situation, not making a scene in public. Those are areas of submission. Following his instructions unconditionally and then talking about it behind closed doors instead of embarrassing him in public. You can't tell me what to do. I'm my own woman. Those are areas of submission. But in those areas of submission, you gain so much more authority, because if you are listening and watching while he's doing, you can see and hear the problems that are coming up, and then you can whisper in his ear when it's a setup, and then he's allowed to pivot to protect you. But if you're going to stand in the front row and be loud and boisterous, you're going to catch the first bullet. He can't protect you because he has to fight you so that he can protect you. It requires sacrifice of authority in order to receive the protection from the selected authority. You are the boss of your own life until you hire an attorney to represent you. Then you shut up and do what your attorney says. The dynamic is still the same. Nope, that's not how it works. And that's the reason why, again, that's exactly how it works. That's exactly how it works. If you're disagreeing with the decisions of a man because you don't like what he has to say, you're combative. And being combative is not cooperative. Doesn't matter if you both make seven figures. The fact is that if you both make seven figures, at the end of the day, you still have to recognize that his position as a masculine man is to lead the family. And your position as a supportive wife is to follow his lead. And leading from the rear is what women don't think about. Women believe that I must be in front, or no less than right beside him. But you're both catching shots. He's supposed to be your sword and shield. So he's supposed to be in front of you, not because you're less of a person, not because you're less valuable, but because in order for you to be the support fire, he has to take the first shot and you provide the second. You can't catch his back because you're standing in front of him. Instead of being the support, you are dictating terms. You are not the reinforcements. You're supposed to be the reinforcements. Behind every strong man is a supportive woman that's got his back, that's watching where failure is about to occur and then interceding to prevent failure. But she's not leading the charge. She's not on the front lines. The queen on every chessboard is in the back row, and the queen never makes the first move. And when women understand that, they will have better relationships. If you do whatever your man tell you to do for the next 3 months, for the next 30 days, you will come to find out that your relationship gonna glow out of nowhere. After 30 years of him accepting the fact that he can't tell you shit, he stopped asking for stuff. But if you start going to your husband after you watch this podcast and start asking him, what do you need? What can I do for you? How can I help? And whenever he says something, no matter how insignificant it is, you go do it. Everything down to grab him a remote and go get him a beer. Whatever he say, you go and knock that out. You will find that your man will open up to you way more than what he's been open to you over the last 30 years. And if you make a habit out of that with non-resentment, non-judgmental, and non-negative retaliation, I guarantee you will find a more open line of communication with your husband 30 years into your marriage if you listen to what I'm telling you. And this is information coming from a man, about men, for men, and as a woman on this show. If you take my advice, I can guarantee you will see an improvement. Now, you don't have to agree with me. This is just a social experiment. You just give it a try for 30 days. And I guarantee you that you will see a difference. But if you don't want to give it a try, being closed-minded, you refuse to try something new, refuse to try something different, you will fail to see improvement. Now, you could be content with where you are. You could be happy with where you are, and he could be content with where he is. But at the end of the day, you would be happier if you tried something different. And in 2026, one of your New Year's resolutions should be doing something different this year than what you did last year. That should be one of the things that you work on. He said, man, do you think we live in the 1950s? But women of value existed in the 1950s. It's hard for us to find a woman of value in 2025 because all the things that women don't want to do that made them valuable is being replaced with technology. But women still claim that they're the most valuable asset in a relationship. What is it? Here's a question, Sherry. What do you bring to the table? What valuable characteristics do you have that your man can value? Because your career isn't it. He's got his own 7 figures. Your education isn't it. Besides sex, besides children, what do you bring to the table? Because you already said you don't listen. So not listening is going to lead to not being helpful. Help me figure that out. When women understand that men are looking for partners, partner requires cooperation. Cooperation requires negotiation. Negotiation requires communication. Communication requires you to submit in the conversation to allow the other person to speak. One of the main reasons why we're able to have a discussion back and forth is because I will read your comment and then reply to you, and then you will listen to what I say, and then you will reply to me. But if you were to click the link, approve the mic, approve the camera, come onto the show in real time, I'm more than positive you would talk over me while we're talking because you don't have enough respect for men to listen to what a man has to say. But you understand that there's a core level of resentment that leads to self-isolation in a relationship where after 30 years of your man not being able to get his point across to you, he stopped trying. Doesn't mean he's happy. It just means that he's not going to divorce you. It's cheaper to keep her. I bring half of everything to the table. Oh, so you don't bring shit to the table. You don't bring shit to the table because you're telling me that you bring half of everything. What? You can't even itemize it. You bring half of what to the table? Your income doesn't matter because he's got his own. Your education doesn't matter. He's successful without it. What are you doing that he can value? You don't follow instructions. You got your own expectations. You're Miss Independent, which perfect respect for it being independent, but you're not self-sufficient. Self-sufficient is a person that can hold it down until reinforcements arise. Independence will sacrifice a team for self-success. You're independent. You'll sacrifice the husband for your own business. You'll sacrifice the husband for your own happiness. But will you put yourself in a position to benefit your husband unconditionally? Because remember, you already had the vows for better or for worse, from sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer. But you also said to love and cherish and obey. And you just said, I'm not doing that. So you're not even willing to honor your marriage vows. That's a breach of contract on live podcasts. You bring half to the table. You're not even willing to bring to obey your husband to the marriage, which is part of your vows. Not one person that I know of has done marriage vows that did not say to love and obey. And obey is submission. So if you're not obeying your husband, you're failing your marriage just based on your wedding vows. So if you bring half the money to the table, you're still not honoring your wedding vows. You won't even obey your husband. He doesn't even ask for much. He gave up on it 30 years ago. This is not misogyny. This is mutual respect. And the reason why women don't want to accept this as mutual respect is because women forget that from the first date to the man's last breath, all he does is, what do you want? What do you need? How can I help? What can I do to make you stop crying? What can I do to make you happy? What else can I get for you? always inquiring on her satisfaction exclusively. But as you've declared in the comments so far, you are not willing to reciprocate. So half of what are you bringing to the table? Because you don't respect him and you're not reciprocating. You ask a man what a woman brings to the table, and if all he can say is, "Oh, she makes me happy," that means she doesn't bring shit to the table. Because a woman of value, a man can roll out a list of things that she's doing that he values. Women don't know what men want. And for the most part, women don't care. And being in a marriage for 30 years, you're over 50. So you don't give a shit if you, which follows the statistics, is that after 30, 35 years old, most women don't care. They don't care what he wants. He's still here, so he must be happy. But ma'am, 80% of men will stay in a marriage they're not happy with. 80% of men will be miserable in their man cave and not divorce you. But that doesn't mean that he's happy. And if you're not happy and he recognizes that you're not happy, to prevent chaos in his marriage, he will put more effort into making you happy. But that does not change the fact that he's not happy. Go ask your husband. Like I said, try it. Try it. Prove me wrong. Try it. Go to your husband every day until April. What do you want? What do you need? What can I do for you? Every day. Split those questions up throughout the day. What do you want? Nothing. Later. What do you need? Nothing. Later. What can I do for you? First few days that you keep asking that question, he's going to start asking for shit. And each time that you do what he asks without criticism, without judgment, without resentment, without shaming him for it, without talking down to him about it, whatever he says, you just do it. You'll see a different kind of man. Guarantee you. Just try it for 30, 45 days. We got what, 7 days left in this month. So the rest of March and the rest of February, that's like 5 weeks. Put 5 weeks into it. And I guarantee you by April, you're going to be like, damn, that man don't never stop asking me for stuff now. It's going to be a whole new wife. All you have to do is just ask him. You told me if we want to know what we know what women want, because from the first date we asked, but you have not asked your man for nothing or you not asked him to, if you could do anything for him in the past 30 years. I know it. I know it. He got his own thing. You got your own. And then I love this part. She's going to ask me, am I married? What does that have to do with anything? It does not change. Me being married does not change anything about it. Okay, here we go. I will try for 2 months. We have already tried this. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You can't come off of an argument trying to pretend like you give a shit and think that's going to help. You've got to come from a moment where y'all ain't got no beef. Nothing going on right now. And just every day. Hey, hon, do you need anything? I'm on the way to the store. Do you want me to get something for you? I'm on my way out. Do you want me to do something before I go? Hey, hon, I'm on my way back. You want me to get something for you before I get back to the house? Hey, I'm on my way back. You want me to do something while I'm out? Do you need anything from me before I get there? Do you need anything from me when I get there? Every day, without fail. Even if he says no, all right, let me know. I'll take care of it. Every time he tells you no, all right, just let me know. Whatever you need, I got it. Just let me know. And as soon as he gives you something as simple as give me the remote, something as simple as make me a sandwich, something as simple as give me a beer, something as simple as make me some ice water, something as simple as I forgot something at the store and you a block away from the house and turn around and go all the way back to the store and go get it. Without question. Why you told me that now? Why you ain't tell me that when I was at the store? If he tell you as soon as you walk in the store with the groceries, oh, babe, I forgot to ask you to go get some ketchup. All right, well, let me put the groceries in the house. I'll go back to the store and go get it. I guarantee you, you're going to see a whole nother kind of man. Now, look, this is the mindset of men. So the worst that you can do is try it and see no difference. The best that you can do is try it and see a better marriage, because marriages run dry. Y'all get used to one another. Y'all get content. The spark that you had at the beginning of the marriage is not there anymore because y'all don't try anymore, especially after y'all marry. This, what I'm telling you right now, Sherry, could rekindle your marriage. Y'all could have a whole nother level of excitement. And one of the things that brings intimacy back into the relationship is the lack of resentment. When I forget what I was pissed off about for the last 6 months because you've changed, I don't know what the fuck caused you to change, but you done changed. I'm gonna change too. Shit, I'm gonna give this marriage another swing. I ain't trying to get no divorce, so I'll stay in another room. I'll sleep in separate rooms, and we just don't talk to one another and stay married before I get divorced and have to start over. But if things are changing, I don't know what the hell happened, but if things are changing, I'm gonna get on that bandwagon. I'm gonna see how much it's gonna change. So the benefit as a woman, Sherry, he'll start trying more. The more shit he get from you without conflict, the more he's gonna try to do for you. And with both of y'all being seven figures, that's more gifts, that's more attention, that's more time. Y'all reaching an age where he's gonna retire off of his career. And if y'all seven figures, y'all, when y'all do retire, you quit and pass the business on to somebody else, and he quits, and y'all at the house together. Instead of y'all just sitting in the kitchen talking about how delicious Total is, y'all will be having a blast because he's gonna prioritize you, because that's how men are raised. You're going to prioritize him, and that is not how women are raised. So you're going to be a different kind of woman. And you know what's going to be going through your man's head when you start doing this shit? For 2 months, I can guarantee you what's going to end up happening. It's about damn time. I was wondering how long I was going to stay in this marriage before I got this. Because this is what I married her for. So for worst part, that was the first 30 years. The for better part is when my wife starts behaving correctly. That's the next 30 years. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Sherry. You have to understand. And then if he's a seven-figure man, Sherry, 30 years of marriage, he can leave you for the secretary and have a woman that's willing to do for him what you're not willing to do. And that's usually one of the reasons why what a woman that believes that she's a good woman ends up getting divorced, and she thinks that the dude is a dirtbag because he left her for somebody else. He left her for a woman that was willing to give him what his wife was not willing to give him. Most marriages have affairs in it because one of them, not always the woman, one of them is not doing their part. And the person that typically is cheating is the one that is looking for that part somewhere else. Yes, ma'am, behaving correctly. You laugh about it, but think about this. I already talked about your wedding vows. The obey part is in the wedding vows. And women believe that obeying a man is an error of servitude, but it's not. In all honesty, being able to do what you're told by your partner is what you expect your husband to do. So he's supposed to submit and obey to you, but you're not supposed to submit and obey to him. Where's the mutual respect? Where's the uniformity? If he tells you that he wants something and you tell him to shove it up his ass, but when you say that he needs to help you lift something, he's going to stop what he's doing to come and help you lift something, that's not mutual respect. If you have demands that he must meet and he has requests and you don't give a fuck, that's not mutual respect. So if you're going to reciprocate, then you're going to behave correctly. You obey your man. When he tell you, honey, stop. All right, we'll talk about it whenever you're ready. He should not have to raise his voice. Let's drop it. I don't want to talk about it. All right, whenever you feel comfortable with talking about it, let me know. If your husband can put his foot down and you respect that, you start showing a different level of appreciation. Believe it or not, that's the way it is. But I mean, not all women are going to agree with that. And the reason why women aren't going to agree with that was because they were raised not to value men. And after being raised not to value men, you also have women that's been through a lot of bad relationships where they've learned that it doesn't benefit them to value men. The more relationships they are in where they don't value men, the less likely they're going to value the next man. But if you're in a relationship where you don't value your man, but your man never leaves because he's not complaining, you feel like he's happy, but he's not Nope, not in our vows. We wrote our own vows. He wanted us to write our own vows. Ma'am, y'all, everybody does the same speech. Everybody does the same speech. You okay, so the phrase that you repeat as husband and wife up until you say I do is the same phrase that every Western culture marriage has. The other statement of devotion that you give to one another is the personal vows that you do in addition to your vow of marriage. But your vow of marriage, ma'am, has the for richer or for poorer, in good health or not, to have and hold, to love and obey, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. Those statements are in every marriage, and the obey part you're ignoring. You don't have to worry about the poor part because y'all are both making seven figures, but the obey part you're ignoring, and that obey part is typically mutual respect. So I mean, go back and look at the phrase that you guys have to announce. It's just like the Hippocratic oath that doctors have to give before they start practicing. Lawyers too, judges too. There's a phrase that every person agrees to, which is a verbal contract before they enter into this phase that they agree to. You agree to it. You've been married for 30 years, so I know you agreed to it. I know you agreed to it. Because 30 years ago, everybody was to have and to hold, for richer or for poor, sickness and health, to love and obey, till death do us part, especially in a church. And you're more likely going to have that on a destination wedding as well. There's not very many weddings that's going to skip that phase. Then, do you take him? I do. Do you take her? I do. Does anybody object? All silence. You may kiss the bride. It's in every marriage. Again, I asked you, are you married? We started out our careers at the same time. We worked together to build together. Doesn't change anything. What I'm telling you is still true, ma'am. What I'm telling you is still true. You said you're going to give it 2 months. Let's give it 2 months. So I should hear from you. You should like and subscribe to the show and keep coming back to the show and keep getting some tips and pointers on how to provide valuable benefits to the expectations of men. You'll see a different perspective. Look, this show is not about devaluing women. I'm by far not that kind of show. This show is about building higher value men, and in order to build higher value women, women have to know what men are looking for. Now, you've been in a marriage for 30 years. You didn't know the show existed. It popped up on your For You page. You must have needed this information. Now, once you come across a show like this, we're talking about how men can behave better, changing the way they think, changing the way they behave, and changing their expectations based on their self-improvement. Now, what this does is it puts us in a different position. Now, as a woman that you might claim to be a higher value woman, I respect it. Not going to even debate it. However, if you notice that a man is sitting here on a live podcast talking about things that men would prefer out of their women that they're not getting, and you recognize that that's not what you're doing in your 30-year marriage, you understand that from a man's perspective, that a man is actually telling you certain things, that this is a live podcast with a post live playback, which means that you can find your husband and put this on his show, put this on his phone, or put it on a TV and scroll 3 hours in right before you started coming in and see if what I'm telling y'all is legit. He'll be like, shit, yeah, this dude knows what he's talking about. Matter of fact, y'all can play the whole show. Y'all can play the whole show from beginning to end. And he gonna be, yes, this dude knows what he's talking about. You're gonna be shocked. Unless he's afraid to open up, that's going to be the only way he's going to not agree to anything I say. If he's afraid, if you say that what I'm saying is stupid, and then you play the show to him, and then he has to comment, he's going to agree with you. Not because you're right, because he doesn't want to fight. He learned happy wife, happy life. So if she's right, she's right. If she's wrong, she's right. If he's wrong, he's wrong. And if he's right, he's wrong. That's what men learn in order to stay in a marriage. Do you understand what that means? That's groupthink. That means whatever she says goes, even if it's completely wrong. I'll fix it while she's not looking so that we don't have conflict. That also means that the man doesn't have an opinion. That also means the man has no value. That also means the man has no ability to input his concerns into anything. He's just going to put up his money and let her be happy. Best case scenario, we get sex on a regular basis. Worst case scenario, she's going to give me a headache every day of the week. But nowhere in there is it the man happy. And you can't show me a statistic that says that that's not true. And y'all been married for 30 years, so y'all from the old school. Y'all from the old school. We in 2026, 30 years ago would have been like early 2000s, 2004, 2005. That's the old school. So you understand that if you take this information and start applying it in your marriage, it is not going to get worse. It's going to get better. You're going to end up with a more open and more communicating husband. You're going to end up with more fun times. You're going to end up with more together time. You're going to end up with less of him making excuses to leave the house and more him making excuses to stay home. I'm not here to break up marriages. I'm here to bring people together. I'm not here to bitch about what women do and don't do. I'm here about teaching men about building their 20-year plan so that they can stop and live a happy life, so that they can find the right partner that they can benefit with, so that they can have a better future, because men put 75% of their life into being the man that a woman is willing to accept, and hopefully that last 25% of their life is happy. Women just accept the guy. A woman does not have to spend 25% or 75% of her life building herself up to be acceptable to a man. She just has to be in the right place at the right time and say yes. So while you and your husband might have built businesses together because he partnered with you and he invested in you and you made yourself successful off of him investing in you, the fact is, you can easily admit that the way you're not willing to submit, the way you're not willing to obey, you recognize your husband doesn't ask for nothing. He doesn't tell you anything. You do whatever you want. So you understand your husband has values. He has opinions, options, thoughts, decisions that he does not talk to you about because he doesn't want to fight with you, which means that your husband has a portion of him you have known nothing about for 30 years because he's afraid to tell you. It doesn't mean y'all got a bad marriage, but it means that your marriage could be better. If you just put more communication into your marriage, and the only way you're going to put more, I come from first person accountability. So Sherry, the only way you're going to put more communication into your marriage is if you change first. You start convincing him that it is okay for him to tell you whatever he wants by showing him that you will do whatever he wants and not bitch about it. Do whatever he asks. And the more often you do it, the more often he's going to do it. The more often he does it, the more often you do it. And guess what you're going to start getting? He's going to start coming back and telling you all kind of shit. He's going to be asking for all kind of shit. And you might feel it burdensome because you've built a behavior pattern of fuck him, I do what I want to do. But I'm going to be real with you. Your marriage is going to change for the better if you start prioritizing what you didn't know he wanted and needed. And here's another thing, Sherry. This is what women fail to understand. Men are predictable. And that's one of the reasons why a woman with 100 exes can predict what the 101st man wants, because men are predictable. So the thing that he asks you for repetitively are things that you can just do instinctively. So what's going to end up happening is if he asks you for the same drink every day around about the same time, or if he asks you for the same drink every day that he's doing the same activity, when you see him start that activity, you're going to go and get him his drink because you know that he has his drink when he performs this activity. If he has a specific book that he reads, you're going to go grab that book and put it where he can find it. If he has a specific outfit that he wears, you're going to go get that outfit. You're going to put it where he can find it. Now, what that's going to do, that's going to show proactive reinforcement of compassion towards his needs, his wants, and his desires. And what that's going to do is that's going to make him want to reciprocate. He's going to proactively do things that he knows that you like. He's going to proactively take you places that he knows that you like. He's going to proactively buy you things that he knows that you like because he's going to reciprocate. And that's what you're not understanding, Sherry. It's not about just talking about how women don't give a shit about men. It is about telling you, ladies, if y'all put the man before your ego, you'll get a better man. No matter how good your man is, if you put the man before your ego, you'll get a better man. Okay, he has high values. We both have high values. We value each other. He just said, you don't know what you're talking about. LOL, he's right. Exactly. So, just like I said, he's not going to say anything different because you think that I'm wrong. So, he's going to agree with his wife because he's been married to his wife for 30 years. So, by agreeing with his wife, he stays in his marriage. Because if he disagrees with his wife is going to fight with him until they get a divorce. Why get a divorce with your wife when you could just agree with your wife and just keep it to yourself? I already told you. I told you. I said that like 40 minutes ago that was going to happen. I told you 40 minutes ago. So, again, Sherry, you don't have to listen to me. If you don't care how he feels, then keep doing what you're doing. If your husband is important to you, try something different. And since you're claiming that you talked to your husband about it, you start doing what I said do, you're going to start seeing that he's going to be like, well, shit, this dude actually convinced her to do something I couldn't get her to do for 30 years, but I am not going to tell her to stop. Guarantee you. I guarantee you. So back to the main topic, fellas. Optionality is the ultimate freedom. It is the power to choose from good options rather than being forced down to a single path out of desperation, which is what I've been arguing with Sherry about for a while. Well, not really arguing, but I mean, she just doesn't want to listen. And that's really not a good quality, especially after a 30-year marriage. You know, you don't have to agree, but at the same time, it just kind of reinforces the fact that what I'm telling you is true. Because the first time a female jumps onto the show today, she's not jumping onto the show thinking like today should have been a day where Nicole could have came in. Nicole, Claudia, Cardinal Rules, the women would have came in and oh damn, I'm learning something new and I'm gonna try this. And man, I wish I would have known this so many years ago. But Sherry is a naysayer. I'm okay with a naysayer because it's okay for somebody to disagree with me. I'm not gonna to stop you from disagreeing with me, but your refusal to learn is what we've been talking about all day. That's a red flag. If he wasn't married for 30 years, that behavior would prevent the second date. That's exactly what I'm calling out. That attitude is the behavior pattern that in 2026 men are having zero tolerance for. You're claiming that you're high value, he's high value, but you're not. Okay, you didn't marry a man that was equal to you. You married a man that was better than you because women do not marry men that are equal to them. Women marry a man that's better than them because a woman must upgrade when she dates and when she marries. So he's high value. He helped you be high value, and that's what's going on, and that's fine. But you're high value. You're believing that you're high value because of the money, not because of your attitude. If we start talking about your attitude, the value is not there. As soon as you said you won't respect and obey and submit to your man, the value is out the window. After 30 years, you're over 50, your kids is grown, so the value is gone there too. Well, I asked you what you bring to the table. You don't have an answer. You're just going to say, I bring half of everything. You don't bring half of everything because you don't bring the half of mutual respect where you listen to your husband and do what he say. So you're not bringing half of everything. If you're bringing 30%, you're not bringing half. Because the other half is the same way he does what you say, you do what he say. That's still a level of submission, and you're not willing to do that. You said zero tolerance towards that, which still brings about the fact that the quality of woman that he could have is not the quality of woman that he's got. And the quality of woman you could be, you refuse to change. And that's what I said before, that after the age of 30, women refuse to change and improve. And just like I showed for the last 43 minutes, you've been here refusing to accept the fact that there is a possibility for change, there's a possibility for an improvement, and you're not willing to accept the possibility for change because you don't want to. Not because I'm wrong, because you don't want to. Oh, see, look, and she's like, well, fuck it. Well, if he wants to leave, he can, and if I want to leave, I can. So at the end of the day, you're not willing to change. So like I said, I'll try for 2 months. No, I'm not arguing with you. Not at all. I'm telling you how our life is. No, I understand how your life is, Sherry. I understand how your life is. I'm glad that you're willing to try for 2 months, but what I'm saying is that the what you're giving me right now, if I was your husband, I would stop telling you stuff. I would stop telling you stuff because I would get frustrated with this type of dialogue for 30 years. I'm telling you something different that you didn't think about. I'm telling you something different that you haven't heard in 30 years. And instead of, oh, that's different. Don't agree with it, but I'll try it because it's not like it's going to ruin my marriage. At best, it'll make my husband more demanding. at, well, no, at best, he won't ask for shit. At worst, it'll make my husband more demanding. But either way, you'll see a difference in his behavior. You'll see a difference. It's something that you're not doing that you'll come to find that most men are asking for. The single men are asking for it. The married men are asking for it. The men that cheat on their wives and their girlfriends are asking for it. But when they're in a relationship with a woman, they stop talking about it because they don't want to fight with her. And a lot of men will put themselves in a position where instead of being alone, instead of being lonely, they will accept how they're being treated by the woman that they have. But the problem is that if he's prioritizing your happiness, you need to think about other ways to put extra effort into prioritizing his, because you understand that a man is telling you that men don't talk about when they're not happy. Men don't talk about when they're hurt. Men don't talk. And 30 years of marriage, man, he's probably 20 years older than I am. So he comes from a generation where we were not taught to communicate, be vulnerable, to vocalize. And since we were not taught that as men, you are not going to get your man to open up to you if you don't show difference. Special shout out to Code D. So this strategy is sound, fellas, and it is about building a life of maximum optionality, where a relationship is a choice, not a requirement for a life of happiness. And that's why I'm telling Sherry what she needs to do to see something different happen. So how are you going to build this? You're going to diversify your sources of fulfillment. Instead of relying on one person for your social life, you build a strong network of male friends who share your values. So you're not getting a bunch of dirt bags that ain't worth nothing. The values that you want to create in your life, the values that you expect to achieve in your 20-year goal, these are the values you're going to find in male friends that you network with. And then you're going to maintain those higher levels of values. So instead of looking to a partner for validation, you derive it from your own accomplishments. I appreciate that, Code A. He said the real Blade. You cultivate hobbies and interests that excite you. You build a life that is rich with purpose and joy, independent of your relationship status. So you do not have fulfillment just because you're in a relationship. But you do not over prioritize. Like, he gives me the salute. I appreciate that salute, brother. Thank you so much. You do not over prioritize the other person. You want to put value in your girlfriend. You want to put value into your wife. But what you want is to put value into yourselves, because for generations, men put their wives and their families before themselves, and very few women will put their man first. There are women that do it, but as you've seen today, there are not a lot of them. Women are okay with how they're kept by their husbands, but women forget to prioritize their man the same way. Now, this is going to have a powerful side effect, because it's going to make you guys inherently more attractive, because neediness is universally unattractive. And what's going to happen in a 30-year marriage, Sherry, is that a needy man is not going to be attractive to you. So instead of him showing you his needs, he's not going to take shit. He's going to do everything on his own. But when you start putting yourself out there to get him all of the things that he needs, you're going to find out that there's so many things that he's needed for 30 years and he's never asked. He's never asked. And in any relationship, there's always room for improvement. So if you realize 30 years into your marriage that there's so many things that you could have been doing that you didn't know, and you prioritize getting that shit done now, the next 30 years will be bliss. because the effort that you're putting into if your husband is doing so much for you now and you're not reciprocating that to the magnitude that I am talking about, and you start reciprocating that to the magnitude that I'm talking about, he's going to do so much more for you later. So it benefits women to listen to what I'm saying, because you're not doing this just for him. You're doing this for him so that he can do more for you. You benefit. It isn't just about him. Nah, you don't. Because I've been telling you that for 49 minutes. You're like, I'm gonna start doing it. I'm gonna give it 2 months. Is zombie wolf the will never take me back into the murky womb. Okay, well, tighten up, Code D. Now, a man who doesn't need a woman's approval will radiate a level of confidence and abundance. So, guys, you got to remember that you need to put forth the extra effort here. Men that have options will therefore become the option. He's going to be free to walk away from any situation that doesn't meet his standards, because his baseline, which is his life alone, is already excellent. This prevents you guys from putting yourselves in situations that are not emotionally fulfilling, that could potentially be toxic, that doesn't have the appropriate levels of validation or appropriate levels of confirmation or appropriate levels of, like what we're talking about today, reciprocation, and allows you to remove yourself without regret from a situation that does not benefit you, because we're talking about mutual expectations. And this is going to be an ultimate position of strength for men, because when a man decides and dedicates himself to give the woman everything that she wants, the and everything that she needs, the one thing that all men forget is to make sure that he's doing that for a woman that's willing to do the same for him. And just because you're married for 30 years doesn't mean you have. It just means that he's never left. For generations, society provided men with a very clear, prepackaged definition of successful. And this is wild. Men are expected to get a job, get married, buy a house, and have kids. That's what we're taught. And to get the marriage, we're taught to give the woman whatever she wants and then provide everything that she needs. Even in our current pseudo egalitarian lifestyle, where women are claiming to do 50-50, it's not 50-50, and it's never going to be 50-50. And realistically, if you go half on the bills and he's buying stuff for you and getting you everything that you touch, getting everything that you ask for, getting everything that you claim that you wish you had wanted, and then you're not doing that for him because he doesn't ask for anything, he doesn't touch anything, he doesn't claim that he wished that he wanted anything, you're still at a 70-30. There's no such thing as 100-100, man. There's no such thing as 100-100. Out of 100% of the things that can be done for each other, one of y'all is going to do 70% or 60% more than the other, and then the other half in a reasonably balanced relationship is going to be reciprocated in a different fashion. So he might be 70-30 financially providing, and you might be 70-30 physical effort. It's not going to be 50-50. It can't be 50-50. Matter of fact, in most relationships, one person loves the other person more. In this situation, he loves his wife more. And I say that because he's willing to submit to his wife, but you're not willing to submit to your husband. It speaks for itself. It's not 50-50. And it's not a bad thing. I'm just telling you that it's not the same way. But see, you're still trying to rationalize it. We both add 100% and we both receive 100%. No, y'all don't. Matter of fact, I can go down a few things. Are y'all both standing next to one another washing the dishes every day? No. One of y'all is going to wash the dishes. One of y'all might put the dishes in the dishwasher. The other one might take the dishes out. One might scrub the pots and the other one might load the dishes. Do y'all stand next to one another and cook food every day? No. One of y'all might cook and the other one might do the dishes. It's not the same. The 3 hour prep time plus cooking is not the same as the 30-minute dishwashing. The effort is not the same. What you got more stuff than he do, but some of your stuff might be dry clean only. You might do more of his laundry than you do of your own laundry. He might not do the laundry, but he might help you put away some of the clothes that didn't get put away. It's not 50-50. Monetarily speaking, if y'all both have reasonably the same quantity of income, y'all might split the bills down the middle. But one of y'all makes more money than the other. It's still not 50-50. Because a person that's got more money can spend more money, and the person that spends more money typically spends more money on the other person, especially if the person making more money is the husband. It's still not 50-50. The more times that he's going to come to you and invite you to tell him what you need, what you want, and what he can do to make you smile. He's going to watch what you do. He's going to buy you gifts that you didn't think that he was paying attention to. He's going to take you places that you didn't think he was listening to. He's going to do things for you that you didn't think that he was going to do for you. And at the end of the day, thank you, Stephen. I really appreciate that. And at the end of the day, you're not going to see 50-50. You're not going to see 100-100. If one of you works on the garden and the other one cuts the grass, there's more effort in working on the garden than working on the grass. It's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. Y'all got two cars. One car is newer than the other. It's not the same. It's 100-100 with us. It's not 100-100. You're in denial. Always. Okay, he cooks and I clean. Again, so here, if he cooks and you clean, that is not the same. The effort in cooking is not the same as the effort in cleaning. Except on the weekends, then we both cook and we both clean. So that means that 5 days out of the week, he cooks and you clean, and 5 days and 2 days out of the week, you might cook with him and he might clean with you, which means 5 days out of the week, there's a different level of effort going into the cooking than the level of effort that's going into the cleaning. It is not 50-50. In your mind, you're going to assume that it is equal. But because you have that mentality, you are discouraging yourself from acknowledging the fact that there is a strong possibility that he's doing more, which would motivate you to want to do more for him. And ironically, by motivating yourself to want to do more for him, you will find yourself in a situation where he's going to want to do more for you to reciprocate, which means you're going to end up receiving more from your husband if you put more into your husband. It is what it is. It is what it is. He said, I can't even afford a haircut. Bro, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And he said, I'm already smiling. We work together. We have 4 cars. It doesn't matter. One car is newer than the other. Not all the cars are not the same year, make, and model with the same quantity of mileage on it. One of y'all, usually the husband drives the car in the worst condition and gives the wife the car in the best condition. If y'all got 4 cars, he's probably driving the next to best car. But that's okay. He loves to cook, so he cooks. Doesn't change the fact that it's not balanced. It's not because you're deliberately making it imbalanced, Sherry. It is because it is a natural instinct that one person does more of something than somebody else, and somebody else does more of something than somebody else. He might like to cook and you might like to clean. You might be more organized than him, but you might clean more than he cleans. But that means y'all not cleaning equivalently. He likes to cook. He might cook more often than you cook, and that does y'all aren't cooking equivocally. But that also means that if he likes to cook, he's a really good cook. If you're capable of cooking and you can cook his favorite meal from his childhood, you can bring back a memory for him that'll bring him more joy than him cooking for you. He cooks for you because he loves how much you smile when you eat his cooking. But he cooks because he loves to cook, but he cooks because he loves how his cooking makes you happy. But if you cook for him, his favorite meal, you're going to see a different attitude from him than what you see from him cooking for you. I'm not talking about this from a perspective of burden. I'm talking about this from a perspective of self-reflection. Simply thinking, fuck, I could do something different that I haven't been doing for 30 years. I can get different results. An experiment requires a consistency in the environment, but a change in variables. When you change the variables, you get different results. Y'all been good for 30 years, and what I'm telling you will make you better. What I'm telling you will bring difference. What it will not bring, what I'm telling you will not bring, it will not bring conflict. That's what it won't bring. So the worst you can do is not do anything, but the best you can do is do something different that prioritizes the other person more than what you're currently prioritizing the other person. Even if you feel like you've been doing a fantastic job prioritizing the other person until you came to this podcast. Once you start doing this extra stuff that I'm talking about that you haven't been doing before, you will come to find so much more coming from it. You benefit from this. Is I need a younger what is that theme? I need a cut, dinner, and shade. Bro, we both on the same we both on the same spot with that. I prefer my cooking. I let him cook because he loves it. I, but you're not paying attention, Sherry. You're not paying attention, girl. He cooking, and he cooking for you because he like your reaction to him cooking. You eating the damn food no matter how bad it is because you like him. You love him, so you gonna eat his cook. Even if his cooking burnt, that's what you do in a marriage. You eat the burnt toast because you love the person that made the damn toast. That's not the point. The point is, Sherry. The point is, Sherry, that if he cooked more often than you got more time out of your money to find out what meal has he not had in the last 45 or 50 years. Because if y'all been married for 30 years, at the end of the day, Sherry, y'all gotta be 50s. Y'all gotta be 50s or 60s. Because most of the time people don't get married in their 20s. So even if y'all did get married in y'all 20s, y'all might find yourselves at 50, 55. So I know that he's at least 45 years old. So if you can go back to 45, find out from him what's the favorite meal your mama used to make that you ain't gotten since she passed away. Find out what it is. And then show that respect. Make that meal. He cooked all the time. So you got plenty of time to look at the recipe, buy the ingredients, look at some YouTube videos on how to make it work while he's at work. Then when he come home from work one day, you can surprise him with a meal that he ain't had since he was a child and bring back memories that he missed. And he gonna love you more for that because you brought back something that he could not create on his own. All I'm telling you to do is to prioritize a little more after 30 years of contentment. Prioritize a little more because they're going to reciprocate. The husband going to reciprocate. So this isn't a one-way selfishness. This isn't a show where I'm sitting over here talking to y'all, all husbands treat your women like shit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, man, if you step up and you stand on your non-negotiable behavior as a man, you're not going to allow a woman to mistreat you. But ladies, if y'all listening to a man tell other men about prioritizing your needs, guess what the core topic is today? The men's needs aren't being met. So if that's what you're hearing, sweetheart, find a way to put more effort into his needs. That's all I'm saying. He said about that Busta Rhymes flip mode. Oh, sit down, Code D. Right? So you guys got to remember, to remain single by choice is to be seen as a loser back in the day, and that's not something that we're going to do. And I got the final principle I'm about to get up here with y'all. I appreciate y'all coming. This is a 4-hour podcast today. I appreciate y'all staying with me. She said, I'm going to write the name of your channel down in 2 months and come back and let you know how it went. We got married at 18 and I wanted to wait until we were 20. Okay, so you've been married for 30 and that means that y'all been alive for more than 45 years. So if you go back, so I'm gonna tell you real quick. Ask your husband now, what is it that you used to eat 45 years ago, because he would have been a kid back then, that you have not gotten in a long time? I just want to know. And if you ask him, because y'all been married for 30 years, 15 more years, that would have made him about 3, 5, 10 years old. He would have been a kid. It would have been one of his favorite meals when he was a kid. Say that one more time. So you want to go back, because y'all been married 30 years, 30, 31 years now. You want to ask him something. What meal have you not had in the last 45 years that you wish you could get? Something that you miss, something that bring back memories. And it's gonna be, his odds are, whichever one, whether it's his mom or dad, with something that used to be made for him when he was a youngin', that he missed, that he can't get his hands on. He can't recreate that. Whatever that meal is, you Google it. You get the recipe, watch some videos on how to make it. Depending on what it is, you might do better with putting it in the crock pot. But you get the ingredients, you bring it back to the house while he at work, you make that meal and surprise him with it. You're gonna get a different dude from that. On top of checking with him every chance you get to see what needs he got, see what wants he got. Because you used to not do this, more often than not, he might tell you no in the first beginning. But I can guarantee you, if you be consistent with it every day, by the middle of March, I'm telling you, he gonna be telling you, oh well, in that case, can you get? Oh, in that case, can you get? And every time that you do it, he's gonna feel more and more comfortable with telling you stuff. You're gonna get to know a whole nother side of your husband. All I'm telling y'all is how to make life better. Because here on This and That, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between, our priority is to make higher value men more qualifiable for higher value women, and tell the women what the men are missing, so that the women who choose to be more valuable to the men will choose to change, so that they can get the lifestyle that they're looking for. Okay. He said Mexican chicken rolls. Is there a specific way that his mama used to make his Mexican chicken rolls? If there's a specific way that it was made, if it came with a specific drink, some juicy juice, or whatever the case may be, my mama used to get me Rice Krispie treats when I was little. My daddy get me Doritos. It's the little things in life. It's the little things in life. But Rice Krispie treats are hard to find these days, especially the king size ones. It's the little things in life. My mama used to bake me a German chocolate cake. I hate chocolate, but I love German chocolate cake, because while I hate chocolate, my mom used to bake cakes, and she would bake me a German chocolate cake. Let a woman bake me a German chocolate cake. She'll get more out of me than what she would if she went and bought some candy from the store. Oh, there you go. So Mexican chicken casseroles with Doritos. Now, you whatever his favorite drink is on the side. Men are simple. This is one of this what he said right here. Mexican chicken casserole with Doritos. This simplicity. This is simplicity, and it doesn't take a lot of effort to get stuff like this together for them. And when you do this kind of stuff, they're happy. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of men get so pissed off at their women, because the little shit that we want in life is so insignificant in comparison to the stuff that women ask for. And women don't want to do that. And that makes men so frustrated, because it's like, damn, all I wanted was a chicken casserole with some fucking Doritos and a cold beer. And she don't even want to do that. But 4 cars, a big house, a yacht, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you, Sherry, but I'm just saying, like, for example, that's how men end up frustrated. That's how men end up in divorces. That's how men end up breaking up with their girlfriends, or, well, not breaking up with their girlfriends, because men don't leave. They'll just cheat with a woman that will do for them. Men don't leave. Men keep women like a collection. This is one of the reasons why I tell you this. I make him anything that he wants anytime, but he doesn't ask for anything, because he gave up on asking for stuff. He stopped asking you for stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I know. I don't have to be in your marriage to know, and you don't have to try to convince me. I know. He stopped asking for stuff probably 15, 20 years ago. He stopped asking for stuff. If he ever asks for something, you're willing to give it to him, but you will realize that there's so many more things that he would have asked you for if he thought that you would do it. He don't ask you for stuff because he don't think you'll do it. It ain't because it might have been because early on when you was younger and you didn't know any better that you just refused to, but he developed a behavior pattern based on social upbringing, not necessarily your fault, based on social upbringing. He does not ask for as much as he would. Here we go. Again with the denial. He does ask, we both ask. No. No. Not as much as he could. No. He asks you for the stuff that's close to life or death. He doesn't ask you for anything that's insignificant. When you start conquering those insignificant requests, you will start finding a whole nother unlocked hidden quest of needs that a man doesn't get. I will ask you for deodorant because I ran out. I will ask you to grab me a pair of pants because my pants got a hole in it. But I won't ask you for, I won't tell you I'm hungry if I'm hungry. But if you offering to feed me, yeah, I'll eat. But the thing is that men don't put themselves in that level of vulnerability to say that we need something that we can't get for ourselves. We just get it for ourselves. But see, if my woman would have got it for me, that would have made so much more of a difference. I'm not saying that you're a bad wife, Sherry. What I'm saying is that men deliberately have been taught and raised by society, by their ancestors, to not get anything from their women and to accept the fact that they're in a conflict-free relationship, which is contentment. The man doesn't have to be happy. The relationship just has to not be chaos. Content is not happy. So what ends up happening is that whenever he remembers that he ain't done enough, he'll do more for you. But since he's not complaining, you all right. Say, well, why not? If you don't ask, how will we know? We tell women this all the time when women get upset and we can't read their mind. We ask them what they want and they say nothing. Men don't ask because men have gone through a lifetime of trying to get what we want from the women that we talk to, and we get shut down. Don't be a pussy. Man up. Why you asking for that? Why you got to come tell me that now? Why you ain't said something before? As soon as you devalue what he said in any way, shape, or form, he gonna stop asking. Y'all been married since y'all was 18, so you might not remember this. 30 years ago, you might have not have been as willing to try something different. You might have been like, fuck that shit, bro. You should have said that a long time ago. Now he's not gonna ask no more. If he know while you out that you not gonna turn around and go back and go get something, he not even gonna ask now. It's like, well, shit, I should have said something. So since I didn't, fuck it. I'll just go get it when I go out. You know, we're not going to put ourselves in a position of conflict with a headstrong woman that is not willing to flex. If the only fault that you got, because overall, you probably are not. Overall, you're able to build a business with them. You're able to build a life together. Y'all able to stay in a marriage together. So there's a lot of good qualities about you. But the one thing validating a man that's like the biggest thing. But if that's the one strike you got against you, like you could make it just that much better for him. But no man is going to tell a woman you're not doing it right because that's not what women want to hear. Women want to feel like what they did is enough. But women don't want to find out what technically is enough. That's the spin on it. Everyone has a fault, Sherry, but the difference is that men learn from fucking up. Okay, here's the thing. Men are inconsiderate. We don't think about stuff. We didn't think we had to do certain stuff. Women are selfish. They prioritize themselves. They have expectations, but they don't consider the fact that those expectations consist of the requirement of reciprocation. Women don't believe that they are not doing enough. And that's why a lot of women swear the same way you do that everything is perfect, everything is 50-50, everything is 100-100, everything is even across the board because what you're willing to do, he will accept, and everything extra that he does, you appreciate. But the fact is that what you could be doing, you're not doing, you don't know about because he's not going to talk to you about it because he don't want to fight. He's learned over 30 years that don't rock the boat. We at peace right now. We ain't argued in a while. I'm not gonna ask her for shit. She happy. I'm just gonna leave it like that. And that's the problem. All right, now you want to know, and the best way to get it is to submit to your husband. I know you don't like the way that word sounds. Obey his every command. I know you don't like the way that sounds. But in order for you to give him a safe space to open up to you, you have to show him that you will not reject whatever he says, which means that you have to do whatever he says. And he's not going to be unreasonable. Look at what happened with the damn enchiladas. He is not going to have an unreasonable request. Women have unreasonable requests. And the women have unreasonable requests because women as daughters were spoiled by their fathers. Women as teenagers were spoiled by their boyfriends. Women as adults were spoiled by either their boyfriends, their husbands, or the guys that they were dating. Society spoils women. And that increases the base level of entitlement. It is not her fault that she has these unrealistic expectations. Men don't have expectations because men are expected to get it all for themselves and then get extra for everybody else in the group. So a man got to take care of himself or sacrifice himself to take care of his wife, all of his kids, sometimes her family too, and his family too, and some of his friends, and a lot of times her friends to keep her reputation good with her network. A man's got responsibilities for his whole fucking tribe. But all the woman got to do is sleep with the dude and keep the kids from waking him up when he's got to go to work. The expectations from a man to a woman is not nearly enforced as much. So in order for you to know more about your husband, you've got to go into uncharted territory. And since you say that you don't submit and you don't obey, that is your uncharted territory. Put yourself in a submissive position and obey your man's every command, and I guarantee you, you will find something totally different. He said, I got to log off. Hey, I appreciate you for coming. Thank you. Very knowledgeable, thoughtful piece, insightful to words. Yes, yes, yes. Very insightful. This is the longest podcast I've had in a while. I think I had a 4-hour podcast almost a month ago. And before that, the last time I had a 6-hour podcast, Donald Trump was just getting put in office. But Sherry's a very intellectual woman, and I really want to get my point across. We only got like 5 pages left. I do research on every show. 365 days a year, I am here. 366 on a weekend, on a leap year. I had never missed a day. I'm here every night of the week, and anywhere between 1 to 3 hours on average is what we do, and 4 hours or more when we have highly interactive, intellectual conversation. And this was supposed to be a 2-hour show. The quantity of information that I did research on was supposed to run us for 2 hours, but it lasted way longer than that based on our conversation. I don't have a problem. I got nothing. Today, my day off. I don't got to go back to work until Sunday. So, so I can linger a little bit. But Sherry, if you really want to know more about your husband, you got to put yourself in uncharted territory. For men who work a lot, in order for them to put themselves in uncharted territory, they got to take days off and start staying at home with their wife. In order for them to prioritize their relationship more, they have to be more available for the relationship. The more you're home, the more shit you see ain't going right. And that's when you're like, damn, I didn't know that my wife was going through all this. You got a wife that's at the house with the kids all the damn time. You take an extra day off and stay at home when you're not sleeping in and really see what's going on. These kids is acting a damn ass. This is what you got to deal with? Man, I wish you would have told me this. I'd have came home with 2 belts. Like, if you put yourself in that position to see what you're missing, that's when you learn most stuff about your partner. Not too many people do that. A lot of times, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it could have been better. Sherry, here's one thing that you gotta go before you take off. She said, "Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I do appreciate it." This is what you need to take, Sherry. If you treat your marriage the way a man treats his car, we don't just maintenance our car. We soup it up. We put extra money into it. We extra horsepower, tinted windows, stereo system, high performance brakes, high performance this. We soup it up. Sherry, you got a good marriage that's 30 years. You ain't trying to break it. What you trying to do is you trying to soup it up. You don't want your marriage to get boring. You don't want your marriage to be just blah. You want your marriage to be just as exciting as it was 30 years ago. How do you get that? You start putting yourself in uncharted territory, start doing shit that you never did before. You start putting yourself in positions for your husband that you ain't never put yourself in before. You start making the kind of sacrifices in your marriage that you used to refuse to do. And I guarantee you, your man gonna give you a whole nother second wind of, I can't believe he could be so romantic. Hopeless romantics come from the lack of resentment, the lack of frustration. You can be in a peaceful marriage that is content, and a contentful marriage is boring as fuck. It's stable. Stable is good. But at the end of the day, y'all got used to being around one another. You bring the excitement into your relationship by doing something different. And doing something different not only brings the excitement, it triggers different levels of dopamine, which triggers more endorphins, which allows y'all to have more intimacy, which allows y'all to connect more, which allows y'all to spend more time together, and y'all get a second wind of success in your relationship. Nothing I'm telling you today is going to make anything in your life anything other than better. That's why I talk about these things. So your 20-year plan is to put yourself in a different position than what you used to be in your marriage and see exactly how much it improves. And you say you're going to give it 2 months, and you give it 2 months, don't stop. Keep doing it. You give it 2 months, you report back, you let me know how it works out, and keep doing it. Keep doing it. Because he ain't going to believe that you're going to be consistent about it because you ain't been doing it for 30 years. So you do it for 2 months. If he asks for one thing, do it for 2 more months. He asks for 3 things, do it for 6 more months. By the end of this year, he going to make it a habit of coming to you, hey, dang, and start asking you for shit. If he don't do nothing but ask you for a tool while he working on a car, he gonna call you from inside the house so that you can come into the garage, so that you can go to the wall, grab something off the wall, and hand it to him while he under the hood of the car, something that he could have went to the wall and grabbed himself. Why? Because I wanted to spend time with my wife, and instead of me telling her I wanted to spend time with my wife, I gave her a task that would put her next to me. Women don't think like that. If you've ever in the last 30 years of your life had your man ask you for some stupid shit that was so close to him that he could have got it his damn self, you was too far away, and he gave you a task of bring your ass here by just asking you to get something that would bring you to him so that you could be next to him. This is how men operate. I'm not going, oh, I miss you, I want to cuddle. Bring me a beer. Once you bring me a beer, sit down. You went from whatever it was you was doing over there to sitting next to me. Didn't really want the beer. I wanted you to come sit down. This is how men are going to operate. Trying to tell you. Men are task-based. And you got to understand different love languages. Because love languages are gonna be portrayed based on how they express it to you. That's their love language. So the way he expresses love to you, that's how he receives it. So now you got to think of a different way to approach it. This is a lot different than what people normally do. And this is what, like, so for you to have it, I'm fantastically involved in this conversation because you got a 30-year marriage. Not a lot of people make it to that. We do think like that. Not all, but we do. Right. But I'm telling you, because this is my show is all about first person accountability. I am not going to sit here and tell anybody on my show that the other person needs to do better. I'm not going to do it. If two people are wrong, I'm going to say, yeah, person A was wrong, but person B was wrong too, and person B needs to do better just like person A. But I'm going to give some advice. I'm going to give first person accountability. I'm going to tell you how you can behave differently in your marriage to see different results, more positive results. And then those more positive results will give you a more positive reciprocation. I'm not going to tell your husband that he needs to do better for you. I'm going to tell you to do better for him. And then he will voluntarily do better for you because he's getting more out of the marriage than what he used to. No matter how much you used to do for the last 30 years, if you do more 30 years in, you're going to get more for the next 30 years. I'll wash his feet if that's what he wants. Right. But how many times does he ask you to wash his feet though? You voluntarily wash his feet if he asks for it. But he a doctor. He on his feet for 10 hours a day. Do you wash his feet 5 days a week? No. You would if he asked for it. You're not willing to allow him to knowingly be deprived, but what you're not going to do is voluntarily step up. if you don't know that he needs it, you're not going to try to get it for him. But if you know that he needs it, you will get it for him. But if you put yourself in a position where if you start asking for it, he will start saying stuff. You will start seeing all the things that he used to do without your knowledge that you could have been doing with him and for him. Because no matter how much y'all do together, that is the level of contentment that he's been allowed in the marriage. What I'm telling you to do is take it a step further. You're about to find out this next 2 months, you're about to find out so many more things about your husband because you're going to voluntarily put yourself in a position to get him whatever the hell he wants, whatever he needs. No questions asked, no complaining, no resentment, no lip smacking, no teeth sucking, just whatever he wants. Yes, dear. As soon as I can, I got you. And each time you bring him back, whatever he asks for, with no resistance, with no pushback, he's going to feel more and more comfortable with asking for more. And the more stuff he start asking you for, the more often you're going to realize, damn, my husband needed so much and I was not getting it. You have washed his feet before many times, but you're not washing it 5 days a week, every week for the last 30 years. Y'all may have washed each other's feet at least once out of the last 30 years, but you don't wash his feet every day, and he don't wash yours every day. If y'all take showers together, y'all take showers together when y'all are both off, but y'all don't take showers every day. You don't wash his back every day. You might wash his back every now and again, especially if y'all want to get intimate, but you're not up in there just washing his back because he can't reach it. You're not doing it just because. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You'll see. I'm not saying that you slacking. I'm not saying that you're slacking. I know research shows that after the first 5 to 10 years, once you start getting comfortable with one another, you build a routine, you accept contentment, and that's it. If there's no complaints, if there's no fighting or very little fighting, then you're going to call that a good marriage, and it's just a good marriage. I'm telling you, you can elevate it to a great marriage, and all you got to do is step it up a notch. That's all you got to do. Step it up a notch. You go from refusing to submit, refusing to obey, to whatever he says. You can take it one more notch, and I know you might feel this uncomfortable with this part. You can take it one more notch. When you know your husband coming home from work, stand over there in front of the door, and when he open the door, stay far enough away from the door where it don't hit you in the face. But when he open the door, bow in front of your husband. Bow in front of your husband. Welcome home. I'm glad to see you. Get a different attitude from him. First question he gonna ask is, what do you want? What did you do? Nothing. I just wanted to greet you on your way home. Promise you, you're gonna see a different attitude. Once he realizes that this is gonna become the new normal, he's gonna open up so much more. You're gonna get so much more out of him. Now, the final principle that we have to recognize is to decisively reject the outdated definitions of what a man is supposed to be doing in a relationship and what a man is supposed to be seeking for long-term, lifelong companionships, and then create your own decisive expectations. I will, thank you. He gets home before I do. That's okay. You can do it in reverse then. If he leaves for work before you do, you can help him put on his coat and then make sure he's looking at you before he go to the door and give him a nice little bow and be safe on your way to work, hon. Nice little 70-degree bow. You said be safe on your way to work, hon. What is this about? Nothing. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I was caring about you on your way out the door, or anything to that magnitude. I guarantee you start showing him a difference. You start showing him a difference. And he don't get home from work from you every day of the week. There's some days when you're off and he's at work. You can hit him with it that day. I'm telling you. For the modern high-achieving man, winning is no longer defined by marital status. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of men are starting to stay single now. We went from 73% back in the day to now 52 to 45% of men getting married. And we went from most people getting married in their 20s, like Sherry got married at 18, from most men getting married in their 20s to now only 20% of men getting married before the age of 29, and everybody else is getting married 30 and above. So if you already got a good marriage, you got to do extra to hold on to it, because it is harder for the second time around. It is hard. The dating game is rough right now. So anybody in a long-term relationship and anybody in a marriage, y'all can take this information and make your relationship better so that you don't ever have to start over, right? Because ironically, in a long-term relationship, the lack of attention to your partner, whether you're a husband or a wife, the lack of attention to your partner because y'all got used to being around one another can lead to them getting attention to somebody else. So if y'all had a good routine going for 30 years, the best way to spice up your marriage is give your man extra attention that he did not expect. That's how you do it. You ain't got to do nothing wrong to do extra. And he don't got to complain to you for you to do extra. You can just do extra because it's been 30 years. It's been 30 years and your ass ain't left yet. I'm going to start doing more. Treat it like a promotion. For guys, winning autonomy is going to be the freedom to live life on your own terms. And winning peace is going to be the absence of manufactured drama. Winning is purpose. And this is going to be the feeling that you are building something meaningful. Winning is financial sovereignty, which is the power to make your own financial decisions without fearing catastrophic loss or chaos in the household. A great relationship can absolutely be a part of this new definition of winning. A true partner who supports your mission and adds to your peace is an incredible force multiplier. And this is something that not a lot of women realize. When we're looking for an individual who is going to back our play, you got to be able to follow instructions of the playbook, and that requires you to do as you're told. It's not about being a servant to the man. In order to help him out, you need to know what he needs you to do, and he's not going to come and ask you. He's going to tell you. Women don't like that. You must ask my permission for my effort. But you can talk to him any kind of way, and he'll get it done. If he has that level of respect for you, you don't have to say please. You can say, babe, go lift the couch, and he'll hold it over his head until you tell him to put it down. The fact that he's willing to do it for you, go make me a sandwich, should be just a second, come back with a sandwich. Reciprocation. You're getting the submissive and obedience from the husband instinctively from his own demeanor. Giving it back is mutual. It's not belittling. It's not misogynistic. It's not oppressive. It is mutual reciprocation. So in a relationship that's claimed to be 50-50, that's 100-100. He submits to your authority and you don't submit to his, there's a 25% missing. So now you've got a task. Winning isn't a component that involves everything else in life. It is the definition of life. So you're not just doing this just to score. The critical shift is in the mindset. You aren't searching for a woman to complete you. You are building a complete life. And if an exceptional woman comes, Sherry sounds like an exceptional one, and this person fits into the life that you're trying to build, that is a welcomed bonus. So when you stop measuring your success by someone else's scorecard, you become immune to social pressures, which gives you a different relationship. She says, well, I disagree there. We ask each other. We never tell each other what to do. Yeah, but you also got to understand that there are calm times in life where please and thank you work. And then there's also short notice requirements. It's like, I really need you to go X, Y, and Z, or I need you to do this, that, and the third, or go grab, or come get, or like if he was in the kitchen and he left something on and something started burning or whatever, go get the fire extinguisher, grab some water, blah, blah, blah. It's still instructions. More often than not, especially in states of emergency or heightened anxiety of the situation, men give instructions before they ask for permission. And more often than not, men are willing to receive instructions because men do as they're told. They were raised like small soldiers. They do as they're told. And then when it's time to reciprocate, that situation doesn't happen because a lot of times women don't like the way the men deliver the instructions. So, even if he does give it to you in the form of an instruction, take that instruction and apply it. If he doesn't, that's better for you. But if he does produce it in the form of an instruction for the first time in 30 years, what did you say to me? Should not be your response. He gives you an instruction, yes, dear, and tackle it. Tackle it immediately. Don't even dismiss it. If whether it's a request or a demand, treat it the same way with the utmost urgency and apply to the best of your ability the ability to succeed it for him so that he can see results as quickly as possible. And I guarantee you're going to see difference. I guarantee you're going to see difference. Fellas, you're playing your own game now. And in your game, you have to set these rules. We cannot continue to allow ourselves to devalue our own personal expectations just so that we can find reasonable companionship. The landscape has changed. And for the men who has invested in himself, the perceived risk of modern relationships, including financial, legal, and emotional expectations, can feel unacceptably high. The data shows a cultural shift towards more intentional dating, with singles demanding honesty and clarity. But for a distinct group of men, the exhaustion and perceived dangers of the journey have led them to forge a different path. The single by choice strategy is not a surrender. It is a calculated strategic retreat in a higher ground expectation. And it is a conscious decision to trade the uncertain promise of a traditional relationship for the tangible assets of peace, purpose, and autonomy. And it is a rejection of the idea that a man's life is incomplete until a woman enters it. Because you both are supposed to be whole entering into a relationship that work together with one another. You're not supposed to be incomplete and she's seemingly the missing piece to your puzzle, right? I don't want my man to ever do as he is told. We believe in please and thank you. That's probably your expectation, but that's not his core behavior patterns. He does what he's told. Even as a doctor in a hospital, he does what he's told. He follows instructions at the drop of a hat to save lives. So even at the test of a theory, you could provide instructions to your husband without a please or a thank you, and he'll perform that task instinctively. Just because that's not what you want doesn't mean that's not how he is. And because that's how he is, if you choose to reciprocate that expectation unconditionally, if he does provide you with an instruction, do it. If he provides it in the form of a request because he's had 30 years of training, take it. Doesn't change anything. The more effort you put into providing him with more of the things that he does not ask you for, you will find him starting to ask you for more things. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. He's a private doctor. He's the boss. He's not the boss because the patient had. Okay, so you've got to understand, if you work for yourself, you have a client. The client dictates the terms for their money. You work for you're subcontracting to each individual person that pays for your service. Doctors are going to do the same thing. You have certain doctors that are going to examine the patient and then provide recommendations. But you have certain patients that have unexpected needs that requires them to tell the doctor what they need done, and the doctor does what he can for them. The doctor still follows instructions. Just because he's at the top of the ladder and receiving less instructions than he delivers, he's still receiving instructions. He's receiving instructions from the people that pay him. Even though his people that pay him are the clients that he takes in, is no different from following the instructions from the person assigned your paycheck. The same way with you. You might run your own business. You might work for yourself. You show up when you want to show up, but when you show up to get paid, whoever's paying you tells you what to do, and you do what they're telling you to do. And that scenario still puts you in a position where they're doing what they're told. He's going to do what he's told for the money. You're going to do what you're told for the money. But you're not at this point up until the day you weren't thinking, shit, I should take what I do for my clients and do it for my husband. Whatever he wants, give it for him. Even if he doesn't ask, I'm going to offer. I'm going to offer. I'm going to start offering. I used to not offer. I used to do whatever he asked, but now I'm going to offer. That's just taking it a step further. If you used to offer some of the time, now I'm going to offer every day. Now I'm going to offer 3 times a day. If I used to offer every day, now I'm going to offer 3 times a day. I'm going to offer so much, he's going to start asking me to do stuff so that I can stop offering. Either way it goes, you're going to come to find out when he starts making requests that these are things that he never asked you to do before in life. But those are things that he always would have wanted you to do. That's what I'm showing you, that there's a secret side of him. There's a secret side of him. And it's not a bad thing, because men were raised not to share this information. But when you start offering to do whatever he wants, however he wants it, no questions asked, no complaints, no resentment, no griping, no back talk, whatever he wants, unconditional. You provide that behavior, you're going to see a change in your man. You're going to see a change, because it's stuff that he would have asked you for. It's stuff that he would have gotten. It's just like take a child with a parent. How you doing, Crimson? Take a child with a parent that never get a child nothing. Child don't ask for nothing. But you take the child places, whatever you get. How you doing, Bojack? Good to see you, brother. You start taking that child, whatever you touch, I get. They don't gotta want for nothing. But if they go to the toy aisle and they push that try me button, you put it in the cart, take it to the register, you bought it. Couple times you take them to the store, they're gonna see that at the end of the day, they're gonna find out, oh damn, whatever I want, they're gonna get for me. Now they're gonna start wanting stuff. Whatever I need, they get from me. Now I'm gonna start telling them what I need. When there's no resentment, no retaliation, no judgment, no shaming, guarantee you, they start coming in. How you doing, Misfit? They start coming in and start asking for more. And when they appreciate, they start doing more. No, I don't think about that. How's everybody doing, Misfit? Good to see you, man. So yeah, it's a whole nother level. It's a secret, it's a secret quest that most women never think about. But you unlock a different side of your man because you are doing things that no other woman does. And think about this. Think about this, Sherry. If your husband is the boss, he's got at least 1 to 3 employees that does whatever he wants at the job. So that's your competition. Plain and simple. That's your competition. Yeah, starting tonight, I'm going to go run his bathwater and light candles for him just the way he likes it. There you go. And you're going to start seeing that. Now, he going to reciprocate on that, girl. He probably going to give you some rose petals and stuff, get you some bubble bath from somewhere. You're going to start seeing a whole nother difference. I'm trying to tell you, this is going to benefit you, because every time you do extra stuff for your man, he going to really feel like he got to reciprocate. He going to be afraid at first. Did I miss an anniversary? Did she do something wrong? Does she want me to get something expensive? But when you're doing it with no strings attached, just for the sake of doing it, he's like, damn, my wife is starting to do so much for me. That's going to make him want to do more for you. And y'all are going to start finding another bond. He said that he wants to get pregnant. Well, I appreciate you, Bojack. Thank you. Xander, cool seeing you outside Star Wars. Well, it's been a while since I've played the game. I really appreciate you coming through. But yeah, that's gonna be the new jam for you. That's gonna be the new expectation. So this message that I want you guys to understand, this is going to be a profound self-respect. And it is about understanding the paradox that bro, You trying too hard. You know it's late when they trolling the podcast like this. It's like dude came in with like 8 different alts. It's about understanding the paradox that a great partnership can be a man's single greatest asset, while a bad one can be his single greatest liability. So we're paying attention to men finding better partnerships. You want to be in a marriage as long as Sherry's or even longer. So this strategy is about building an ironclad defense against the liabilities while you methodically build a life that might one day deserve the assets that you're putting into it. Oh yes, ma'am. I'm on my way out the door. These folks they getting ridiculous in here. I really appreciate you hanging out with me for the last couple of hours. I'm gonna see you real soon. I'm here every night of the week, so I can see you tomorrow night. I'm gonna be helping Steven with finding better ways to improve his outfit to help him become a higher value man as well. So I really appreciate you coming through. Make sure that you like and subscribe if you haven't done so. And that'll make it easier for you to find me on YouTube because I'm on every night. And as one of the subscribe channels that you're following, you'll find yourself being notified when I go live, especially if you hit the notification button. Yes, the show is about helping men become higher value men, but you can learn how to improve your interactions with men as a woman, and you can take some of the information that I'm providing that is not gender exclusive that could help you become higher value women as well. So it just requires you to make sure that you like and subscribe and then come to the channel in a positive fashion. Well, you asked as if you were a woman because you asked if the information is applicable if you're not a man. So if you're not, it's still applicable because Sherry's not a man and she's learning. I want to donate. Go ahead. You got plenty of time. Well, actually, you got a couple minutes left. You guys got to remember that this is about building your own kingdom first. So you never have to hand over the keys to someone who doesn't deserve the kingdom. The world will continue to tell you that being single is a problem. But for the man who's on his mission, the man who has cultivated his own peace, the man who lives by his own code, it is a position of unparalleled strength. The choice is not and has never been between a relationship and loneliness. The real choice is between a life of chaos and a life of purpose. If I was you, I would choose purpose. The rest is just details. If this strategy resonated with you guys and you believe that it is um, empowering you and giving you the ability to live the life of purpose, then make sure that you take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel because we're building a community of men focused on becoming the best versions of themselves on their own terms. We're also providing this information to help women become even better than what they were when they're communicating with men of value. So I want you to share this video with another man who you think needs to hear any of the information we've gone over for the last 4 hours we were on the show. And remember to stay focused on your mission. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up tonight. I want to thank you guys for coming to this and that. But first and foremost, ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I give you all this information. It helps you become higher value men. So if you find the things in your life that you are capable of controlling, then you can change the things inside of your control and then navigate around the things that are outside of your control. Ladies, it's a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective. So you have the ability to, bro, what? y'all playing too much. I'm gonna give y'all a pass because we on our way out, but this type of conversation would end up getting blocked. But yes, ladies, while this is a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective, you too can make yourselves higher value women just by prioritizing your 20-year plan, figuring out where you want your end goal to be and what you have to do to get there, and then prioritize that so that you can put forth the actions and effort to accomplish your goals. If you keep your eyes and ears open along the way, you'll find and potentially find a different individual that might actually be able to yeah, I know. I'm looking at, like, I got trolled real quick, like 8 different accounts jumped in. I'm like, what the hell? Half of them was almost like I was gonna block them, and then a half of them I blocked just like, nah, that was ridiculous. So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna. I done been up here too long. They come up here trolling like that because we usually don't do a 5-hour show. We usually only here for like 2 hours, 3 hours at the most. We here way too late. But yes, I give y'all this information to help y'all become higher value women so that y'all can prioritize your end goals. Because again, the goal of this podcast is designed to help people find the things in their life that they're not satisfied with, the things in their life that are inside of their control, and then make different decisions and try new things to improve their life. Whatever was happening in 2024 that wasn't working for you, you're supposed to change it. Whatever was happening in 2025 that wasn't working for you, you should have changed it. Now in 2026, you're making changes so that 2027 is better. If the last 30 years was great, you're doing different things to make the next 30 years better. You're working on your later to make your later greater. Take care, Sherry. I really appreciate you. I'm going to see you tomorrow night. I want to thank you guys again one more time for coming to This and That. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. Chase validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt upon the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher, constantly making my own climb. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision.